Dur. 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 Dur.
Tradoon.
Dur.
Tradoon.
Glue is cheap.
Tradoon.
Ontogeny.
Dur.
Ontogeny.
Tradoon.
Dur. Dur.
Tradoon.
Dur. 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 Dur, dur, dur. Dur, dur.
Tradoon.
Glue is cheap.
Welcome to We Sing Dinosaurs.
Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. When they spied a likely foe, they'd race to the attack.
I actually really like this song.
With his powerful jaw, Deinonychus, with his terrible
This song
claws. His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus, with his terrible claw. Wasn't a big dinosaur, but will the scientists say he must have been the very fearsome hunter on the shore. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaw. Deinonychus.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here today. Hope you all had a wonderful weekend. Happy Monday, or maybe my condolences for your Monday, depending on how you feel about Mondays. I'm always excited for Mondays because I get to be back here with you. And Patrick Crusader, holy cow, 12 months. I really appreciate that, Patrick Crusader. Thank you. And what an appropriate set of emotes for that alert, too. You had no idea, and yet you got it exactly right. Patrick Crusader, thank you for supporting this channel, this community, supporting my mission of science outreach and education. Thank you for keeping me here on the air for the past 12 months. That support, I really appreciate it. Kind of a fun stream today. And Mondays and lasagna, am I right? Yeah. I'm supposed to like one of them and dislike the other one. I can't remember which is which, though. Anyway, Mayor Space, it's good to see you. If anybody's here for the very first time, then allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned...
Like a blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things.
H Sweet, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. As I was saying, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You hopefully know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist, meaning a scientist who studies fossils. Usually not a scientist who has become fossilized. The field of paleontology is a little too new for any of us to have become fossils yet. Anyway, as a fossil scientist, fossils are what I study. As a...
Here's some objects. Gorgeous, gargantuan...
Oh, Tommy Plodicus.
Because though they died out so long ago, their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like, and can even sculpt them into still, or rather, extinct life.
Appreciate you, Tommy. Thank you.
17 months.
Wow.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Hey, Danny, if the Chicxulub event had never happened, would the dinosaurs have survived the Ice Age?
Well, dinosaurs did survive the Ice Age. Modern birds certainly did, Trappy. And there were a lot of dinosaurs who lived in snowy, icy conditions, so yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That is kind of interesting to think about, that, like, the Pleistocene glaciation still would have happened, even if the Chicxulub impact had not occurred. But yeah, absolutely, Trappy. Thank you for the 100 bits, by the way. It's good to see you. Hope you had a good weekend. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Dinosaur paleontologist. So you probably know already a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study. what I publish on in the scientific literature. Oh, and today I just got my 2 different Society of Vertebrate Paleontology research abstracts submitted for the deadline. So we're excited about that. Golganek.
Survival with floof.
There you go, Golganek. Yeah, some dinosaurs did have kind of floofy coverings to them. Integument feathers or proto-feathers or stuff like that for insulation. Anyway, Golganek, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah. And Eddie Scarin, you're talking about the Asdarchid pterosaurs like Quetzalcoatlus and Hatzegopteryx? They were some of the big ones, Eddie Scarin. Yeah. And Murph, thank you for gifting H-Sweet. I appreciate that, Murph. Thank you. Thank you for all your support, Murph. Thank you for your generosity, as always. Yeah, thank you for the welcome, and now the gift sub, H-Sweet. It's good to have you here. Anyway, dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I work on, what I publish on, what I study, what I talk about, usually 5 days a week here on Twitch. I might be taking a day or 2 off this week to get ready for field work because I also dig up dinosaurs. And I will be doing that live from the field in just a few short days. Holy cow. Take a look at our schedule here. Today is the 20th of May. I'll be leaving probably next Sunday or Monday for the field. And then we'll be streaming live from the field on the 31st. I'll be out in Wyoming digging up dinosaurs. And, here we go. Let's take a look at one of these. We'll get cleaned off, I should say. We will collect this stuff. But right now, I guess we're just leaving this here in place
so we
can
can
figure out.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
I hope everything goes smooth with the submissions.
Thank you, Death of Barney.
Accomplishment.
No, it's not. I mean, it's not a big deal. Like, if you're attending the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, that means usually that you're presenting. And I'm an author on 3 or 4 different abstracts this year, but I'm the lead presenter on 2 of them. So cross your fingers that they both get accepted. But I'm excited. I'm excited. It's gonna be good. And very funny, Brannington. Anyway, I'll be back out here in Wyoming. So we know where to dig in. I'll be back out here in very nice. How many days? Let's see, 31st. Today's the 20th. In 11 days, I'll be out there again. So, looking forward to that. Oh, that is gorgeous, Fisher. Got some tooth rows there. Look at that. So, everybody, this is probably a chunk of a maxilla or maybe a dentary, but those are tooth rows right there. Yeah.
And only this part was sticking out.
Good find. Holy cow. Anywho, hopefully Fisher's going to be out with us too. I haven't heard from Fisher. I should check in with him. Anyway, today...
Did you ever, though, have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking? I'm destroying. Never.
No, glue is cheap.
Reese, thank you for the 2 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good to have you here. And H-Sweet says, going to dinner, awesome stream, I will be back. I look forward to seeing you back here, H-Sweet. It is going to be, oh man, we're going to have some awesome stuff going on this summer. Yeah. And Science Streams, are you here right now? Hang on. Did I miss you? We got a shout out for Balint there. There you are. How are you doing? Balint has been doing some really awesome streams lately. I have been too busy to catch some of them, and I'm a little salty about that, to be honest. Balint has been all over Florida, going to, like various wildlife parks and museums and all kinds of cool stuff. Streaming it. Check out Science Streams if you're not doing that. If you're not yet following. Holy cow, correct that immediately. I'm doing well, Balint. I'm doing well. Balint is one of the authors on one of my SVP abstracts. I'm going to be presenting on, well, hopefully, if it's accepted, for the paleontological methods section. There's a paleontological outreach portion, and so I submitted an abstract to that part of the conference, And I'll be talking about doing paleontological live streams as a means of science outreach. So, really excited for that. Really excited. At the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. The meeting this year is in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Gotta say, I'm pretty excited about that, you know? Oh, guy. It's been a long time since I've been to Minnesota, so this is gonna be cool. This is gonna be really cool. Yeah. And thank you, Casey. I appreciate that. Love to learn from more scientists. Belinda and I are talking about ways to bring more science to this platform. Because as we know here, this is a magnificent place to be able to talk about science here on Twitch. And yeah, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of science that goes. Here's the science and technology category on Twitch, and there's really not. I don't know. You get into like the third row down. We're down to single-digit viewers. Displacer. Thank you, Displacer, for the 10 months of support. Now at tier 2. Thank you, Displacer. I appreciate that. It's good to see you. Anywho. So yeah. I'm hoping that at SVP this year I'll be able to make the case that that live streaming is a phenomenal means of outreach for fossil science. And, you know, we've got some evidence to back that up. I actually even talked about this. There we go. Got a recording of it here. At the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology virtual meeting last November.
For the past 2 years, I've actually made my living by doing paleontology outreach live streams. And I'm excited to share with you what I've learned during that time. And I'm honestly a little bit nervous about this. I'm not used to giving prepared remarks like this. I'm used to speaking off the cuff, which is what I do every weekday. So we'll see how this goes. Let's jump into it. I want to make sure that I've got enough time.
Anyway, I'll give you a link
for Q&A here.
There we go.
So, brief introduction.
If you want to watch that.
By the end of this talk, my hope is that you'll have a clearer understanding about what true science outreach is.
Hey, Pipcat, how you doing?
And what it isn't. And why that distinction is so important.
And that's cool, Rickedactylus.
You'll better understand how live
Science and technology stream?
a highly effective means of science outreach.
I need to watch your streams, Rickedactylus. Let me make sure I'm following.
Fieldwork live to an audience over the internet.
Anywho, yeah. And Rickedactylus, make sure I'm following. I'm not? Well. Let me make sure notifications are on. Rickedactylus, that's super cool. I'll have to catch you sometime. You just do gaming, that's it? It'll be nice to be able to pop in and say hello. Got a lot of respect for you, Rickedactylus. It'd be nice to pop in there and hang out for a little bit if I have some time. Especially if I'm out traveling on my way to or from the field or something this summer. Yeah. And Kennedy.
The infant. The adult.
Well. What do we call that, chat?
Ontogeny.
23 months. Been doing some serious ontogenizing here, Kennedy. For the past 23 months. Thank you for your ongoing support. It means a lot. It really does. And Elamor Seru.
An armored giant, wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machines.
Elamor, thank you for the follow. Welcome. It's great to have you here. How are you doing? And you've morphed into a new form during the last 23 months. Yes. Kennedy. Into a 23-month subscriber. I am very grateful for that. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 23 months, Kennedy. Appreciate you. I was gonna do some greetings, but we've already long since lost the top of chat. Let me just run through here real quick and say hello to Murph and Orchestran. Casey Snowart, great to see you, Casey. Hope you're doing well. Golganek, hope you had a wonderful weekend. It's good to see you again, Golganek. Lenina, thank you for everything that you do. And you too, Claire Burr. Appreciate you immensely. Lenina, Claire Burr, Casey Snowart.
Ontogeny.
Golganek, Ontogeny. All wonderful things. Guess the Dreamer, how are you doing? Scrolling. Death of Barney. Thank you for the 100 bits earlier, by the way. It's great to see you too, Death of Barney. Hello, hello. And Brandington, welcome back. It's good having her. The Uninvited Guest says hello, everyone. And hello to you, the uninvited guest. If you'd like an invitation, all you have to do is ask. It's good to have you here. And Paleo Ken says, putting my abstract together now. Ooh, gonna sneak that in right under the wire, Ken. My momentum decides whether or not it gets submitted. Go for it, Ken! Go for it! Go for it, Ken. You need to have the... Yeah.
Do it!
Ken!
Just do it! Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yesterday, you said tomorrow, so just do it! Make your dreams come true!
Yep, don't let your abstracts go unsubmitted, Ken.
Some people dream of success while you're gonna wake up and work hard at it. Nothing is impossible.
Sleazy Does It Again, how are you doing?
Get to the point
Platicus,
where
Reese,
anyone else would quit, and you're not gonna
Racodactylus,
stop there.
Pimp Cat,
No, what are you
Steely
waiting for?
Dan,
Do it!
Reagan Nation, how are you doing? And It Then Did, Brannington.
Yes, you can! Just do it!
Hello, hello, everybody. Yeah.
If you're tired of starting over, stop giving up.
Anyway, again, I'm sure whatever you're working on, it's going to be great. And I am excited to see it. You're already planning to go to SVP this year, right, Ken? We're gonna have a great group of people. Holy cow. I'm excited because, like, it used to be back when I was just with Museum of the Rockies, I had like a couple of, maybe 2 or 3 different, like, friend groups I could kind of pop around to. Nobody wants to be, like, alone at a conference, you know? Now, shoot, I know so many more people. There's so many more, like, groups that I can hang out with. I'm so excited for this SVP. I'm so excited for this Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. And I'm really, really glad that it's not at the same time as TwitchCon this year like it was last year. Oh boy. Siasank, how are you doing? Hello, hello. And, yeah. And Death of Barney says, not gonna lie, I love my job to pieces, but I drop it in a heartbeat to work in science communication. I'm not gonna lie either, it's pretty excellent, Death of Barney. It's a dream come true for me to be able to do that, and thank you for helping me get there through your continued support. It means a lot. It really does. And Jody Fish says, conferences are always a challenge for me. Too many people, not enough time. I've got it on my to-do list this year to actually print out the abstract volume and the full program guide. And do that, like, as soon as it comes out. Maybe go to a print shop and, like, get it bound or something like that. And then just plan out my whole conference. Because it's like a 3-day event, right? Yeah. Wednesday, October 30th to Saturday, November 2nd. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 days. There's a lot to see and do. Holy cow at SVP. So many people to talk to, so many talks to attend, so many posters to look at, so many researchers to converse with. So yeah, I've told myself I'm going to be very organized about my planning for it this year. So I'm excited. Yeah. And Racodactylus says, I use conferences as an opportunity to go go to talks about topics I'm not super interested in. Because the topics I am super interested in are things I got on my way to find out all year round. That makes a lot of sense, right, Cadactylus? Back before I was streaming here on Twitch, when I had kind of a more chaotic job schedule. I think this is back when I worked in that print shop as a graphic designer. I used to go out of my way to hear about conferences, different scientific conferences here in the Bay Area, and then I would crash them sometimes. Just walking off the street, you know. If you walk with purpose and in confidence, you can get yourself just about anywhere. That's what I found anyway. Your own mileage may vary. But it was really cool being able to just, like, crash a conference for, like, environmental biologists, ornithologists, you know, water quality scientists, whatever. And just be able to, like, go around to the posters and talk to people. I learned a lot doing that kind of thing. It was a lot of fun. And sometimes you even get free food. Queen Chortle says, I hear Tetris music. You got sharp ears there, Queen Chortles. How you doing? It's good to see you. And it is really cool to have a breadth of knowledge like that, Racodactylus. I agree. To be able to hear about things that you're not an expert in. If anything, I think it's a really good defense against becoming an example of the Dunning-Kruger effect. The more you read about, or learn about, or converse about, the more information you take in about things you're not an expert in, the more you realize how much of an expert you're not in those other areas. It's humbling in a way that I think is really healthy. And so I try to do that when I can. Yeah. I need the swag, says Mary L. Yes. Yes. Yeah. And you've not paid to attend a conference even when you're presenting at it in over a decade? You're lucky there, Racodactylus. Holy cow. Conferences are like a significant expenditure for me. I probably spent more on conferences over the past couple years than I spent on, like, I don't know, clothing? Gasoline? This year will probably be no exception. Anywho, it's so good to have everybody here. We are going to be talking about fieldwork today. And we're going to be taking a look at a two-part documentary series, mini-series, that is particularly near and dear to my heart. We've talked about this before. We're finally going to watch it today, or at least start watching it. And this will be relevant to my own fieldwork coming up in like 11 days. It'll be relevant to that in a few different ways. You'll see why. And Kennedy says, I think all experts at one time or another has someone explain their area of expertise to them. Oh yeah, that's happened to me a few times, Kennedy. Yeah. Yeah. Racodactylus, that's the way to do it. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. As long as you're not dressed in a completely slovenly way, then usually they'll just let you in, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Belen, $3,000 a person for that's nuts. Oh, man. I'm really lucky in that the SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, that'll be maybe like $700 or something like that to attend. It's usually cheaper for students. For people who come from less developed countries, there's like programs that they have to lower the price. SVP's pretty good about that. Pretty good about that. But sometimes it does still feel like kind of a ripoff. Like, I don't know, in Los Angeles in 2013, when I was there, you know, they always say, oh, well, you know, a big part of the expense is the dinner that they serve you. Because we have, like, there's a big ballroom, and then we all sat down for, like, an award ceremony. They gave the Romer Simpson medal, which, Romer Simpson medal, SVP. Yeah, Jack Horner got it, that year. But yeah, the Romer Simpson medal. Not Homer Simpson. Alfred Sherwood Romer, hyphen, George Gaylord Simpson medal. Romer Simpson medal. That's our, you know, the highest honor that the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology can bestow. That is our Medal of Honor. Anyway, there's a big, like, sit-down banquet for that. And, you know, it's like, it's not super fancy, but it was like a steak and something. I don't know what everybody else was eating, but I ordered the vegetarian meal. And it was literally just white rice and some, like, cold steamed broccoli. That was it. And they actually, like, you could see a breakdown of, like, where the money from your, you know, where the money from the conference fee goes. And I think it was like $60 for dinner. Like, I could make this at home for, like, you know, maybe $1.50. Vegetarian problems, am I right? Anyway. Yeah. Romer Simpson and his son Rart, his wife Rarj, his daughter Risa, and his other daughter Raggy. There you go, Rakatactylus, yeah. Rusty Guy says we used to call conferences the rubber chicken circuit. There you go, yeah. Yeah. They haven't do a terrible job of vegetarian Patrick Crusade. I mean, it could have been worse. It could have been filled with chicken heads or something. But I don't know. I was definitely disappointed with that meal. And there you go, Kennedy. Yeah. Yeah. The funny thing is, that's what so everybody else got, like, steak and chicken and rice and broccoli. For the vegetarians, it's just like, oh, here's white rice and broccoli. Mudman, thank you for the 17 months. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mudman. I really appreciate it. Thank you kindly. 17 months is a long time to do just about anything, Mudman. So thank you for supporting this channel for that long. It means a lot to me. Yeah. Funky Monkey Boys says, could have been worse. You could have had to cook your own food at the table. I would have done a better job. I actually would have preferred that, to be honest. Instead, I literally think they just scraped the chicken off the plate and and the steak off and just handed me the... Yeah, anyway. SMHing my head. Yeah, there you go, Brandington, yeah. Anywho, SCP is, it's good organization, and I'm happy to be a part of it. Proud to be able to attend the meeting, and really, really glad that I got both of my abstracts submitted before the deadline. I wasn't staying up until 9 p.m., or wasn't, like, frantically working till 9 p.m. Pacific time, midnight Eastern, trying to get it submitted, because yes, indeed, the deadline is tonight at midnight Eastern. And, got it done before that. Pretty happy about that. Anywho, wish I could be... Yeah, Dinosaur Dave. How are you doing, Dinosaur Dave? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Anywho. As promised in the title, we're going to be looking at a documentary today. One that is near and dear to my heart. Let's take a look at the beginning. And, well, first, let me say... no, the Spinosaur paper's not done, Brandington. No, this is different research that's submitted. Anyway. And you got to feed a cassowary. Oh, very, very cool. We'll look at that for Thursday Birds Day, Dinosaur Dave. That's gonna be awesome. We got to get going with this though, because this is a 2-part documentary. It's like 2 hours long. Yeah, we well, shoot. Let me tell you about this. This has got a special place in my heart. This came out in 2002. It's called The Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt. My dad heard about this somehow, maybe through TV Guide or something like that. But this was a 2-part series on the television network A&E. A&E today is the network famous for I think the Kardashians and Real Housewives of Bakersfield and all that. You know, it's women with fake nails splashing wine in each other's faces and screaming and pulling out each other's artificial hair, that sort of thing. But back then, A&E stood for Arts and Entertainment. I think it may have originally been a network where they showed, like operatic performances and symphonies and, concertos and things like that. Very highbrow entertainment. And they decided they were going to try and branch out a little bit in the early 2000s. And so they funded a paleontological expedition to Egypt. And in turn, they produced a 2-part documentary about it. It's like reality television mixed with a documentary featuring paleontologists and other scientists in the field prospecting for fossils. I thought this was the coolest thing in the world when I was, 10 years old when this came out. I was blown away by this. Here's the coolest thing. This year, starting around June 20th, one of the paleontologists who's featured in this is going to be joining us in the field. He's going to be on my show as we do live streams from the field. So, pretty excited about that. Anyway, take a look.
"100 million years before the birth of the first pharaoh, the deserts of Egypt were verdant Edens, teeming with life.
Yep.
At the top of this food chain, dinosaurs ruled."
Here you go, Brandington. And yes, indeed, Jody Fish. It is Matthew McConaughey
Nearly
narrating.
100 years ago, a German aristocrat named Ernst Stromer ventured deep into this wasteland, searching for clues to its prehistoric past.
All right, Roseanne, yes.
The strange monsters he discovered would astonish the scientific community, only to be blasted into dust by man-made fire from the skies. For the next half a century, a hidden world lay buried under these shifting sands, until a team of young scientists set out to resume Stromer's quest. Their mission?
Matt LaManna is going to be joining us. I can't wait.
To unearth the remains of the lost dinosaurs of Egypt. Their discovery? Something so unexpected, it would supply one vital missing piece to the puzzle of a forgotten world.
Okay. A&E television networks. Who'd have thought? Yeah. So I still remember this. I had a VHS tape of this, and my dad taped it for me. Or maybe my grandpa taped it for me. I forget. My grandpa had a really nice TV setup with VCR and everything. And anyway, I almost wore out that VHS tape watching this so many times. It was, yeah. Watching this and dreaming of, one day doing this sort of work, digging up dinosaurs in remote, exotic places like Egypt or Mongolia, Antarctica or Utah, or Wyoming, where I'll be in just 11 days. And VHS, you say? There you go, Death of Barney. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think Matt Lamont is going to look pretty much the same. He was only like 22 or 23 when they made this. He's advanced in age a bit, as have most of us, the lucky ones. But yeah. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. And I did not see that, Murph. That sounds interesting.
What sort of noise do you suppose that's playing? My name is Josh Smith, and I'm a paleontology grad student at Penn.
Oh boy. Yeah. We got to talk about this right now too. Sorry for pausing so often here, but this is important. There's a few different Josh Smiths in vertebrate paleontology. I believe this is Josh A. Smith, and he's no longer in paleontology. There was... It's always difficult, like, trying to talk about this sort of thing because I don't want to sensationalize it or make it seem like I'm, you know, talking about this because it's sordid or, I don't know. I don't want this to be some sort of, like, you know... Anyway... Let me just read this. Professor Joshua Smith resigned abruptly in August after allegations of 2 sexually inappropriate relationships came to the attention of the administration. Information was confirmed by a professor close to the situation. Anyway, there were a lot of complaints about this guy. A lot of allegations of misconduct. And those allegations were confirmed by a bunch of people in the field, within the discipline of vertebrate paleontology, I mean. And so, yeah, let me just give you a link here. I'm not going to talk about this in detail, but if you want the information, there's the information. Yeah. Let's continue.
I love dinosaurs. I think dinosaurs are very, very cool. But I study ecosystems that have dinosaurs in them. Spinosaurus was always one of my favorite dinosaurs growing up, but I really didn't know anything about the guy who had discovered it until I was in graduate school.
German paleontologist Ernst Stromer discovered the massive carnivore.
And there you go, Rigodactylus, absolutely.
Along with 3 more species of Egyptian dinosaur in the early part of the 20th century. As with most of Stromer's finds from the African continent, all fossil evidence of Spinosaurus was destroyed in a World War II bombing.
Yep. I've known about Stromer's dinosaurs since I was probably 10, 11 years old. This man went to this exotic place, found a bunch of incredible dinosaurs, and they were all lost. It's almost mythical to somebody that was, so interested in the subject. Can I get a Boddington's, I guess? What do you want?
The seeds of a new expedition took root in a Philadelphia bar.
All right, so when you think about it, I think we'd had a couple beers, and we were basically like, if you could go anywhere, Josh, where would you go? And I was like, if I could go anywhere, there would be this place, and Bahariya Oasis in Egypt because of the incredible finds that Stromer made there so long ago. We could bring these things back that had been lost.
It would be really cool to see a mounted skeleton of Spinosaurus, no doubt.
Yeah. To have, this big...
This would be insane.
You know what I mean?
And as a perfect example of how dangerous it is to lubricate young scientific minds with beer, we decided that something had to be done.
After spending 6 years in the U.S. Armed Forces, 30-year-old Josh Smith began his paleontology studies.
So here I am. I'm nothing but a lowly graduate student, and I'm trying to mount an expedition to go hunt for dinosaurs in the middle of North Africa. And I really wasn't sure I could pull it off.
Smith's first step, to approach a veteran of Egyptian fieldwork, Penn geology professor Dr. Robert Giegengak, known to his students as Geeg.
I've been in Egypt for more than 30 years and never heard of the dinosaurs of Bahariya.
Really? What?
So he presented me
I grew
with
up
all
reading
this
about
data
that.
about discoveries that had been made 80, 90 years ago.
That is a great name, Death Barney, yeah.
One thing led to another, and Geeg offered me a spot on his team.
February 1999. Josh Smith accompanies Bob Giegengak and graduate student Jen Smith on a Penn geology expedition to Egypt.
Oh, this is a beautiful stretch. Here we go. Okay.
Following a 5-hour drive from Cairo, they enter the Bahariya Oasis region, a lush desert island encircled by a wasteland of rock and sand.
Oh, don't call it a wasteland. That's beautiful territory.
Due to the tight schedule of their geology research, Geeg and Jen have granted Josh just 2 days to search for fossil clues to Stromer's dinosaurs.
I would not be driving that fast.
We're about 350 meters southwest
vehicle is such a high center of gravity.
I have done a little work in paleontology with Josh before, and given the amount of time that I was going to let him have, I figured there's no way he's going to find anything significant.
I'd spent several months trying rather unsuccessfully to translate some of Stromer's old papers with my terrible German. And one place that he kept talking about was this very peculiar, isolated conical hill. I don't see a hill of any sort.
That up there is sort of conical. It's not really isolated, though. See, in the middle,
We were driving along when I see these objects. Hey, whoa, slow down. Okay. Something over there.
A bone?
That looks a lot like bone. I think that's probably the first dinosaur that's been discovered driving along at 45 miles an hour that I've ever known about.
No, there have been more, for sure. I personally know of some. I know of dinosaurs that have been discovered via helicopter before. Denver Fowler he found a Triceratops once when we were zipping around in the American Prairie Reserve helicopter. And he's like, yeah, it looks like a trike. And sure enough, it was a Triceratops spilling out of the top of a hill. Yeah.
Whoa! Look at this. I presume, based on size alone, that we probably had a sauropod.
It's a sauropod, yeah.
Long neck, long-tailed guys. Oh, this is sweet. I was excited as hell, as you might expect, but we weren't there very long. We were trying to find as many sites as we could. In the setting sun, over by the northern part of the oasis, we see an isolated conical hill.
Funky Boy, yeah. You do have to think about this a little bit. Funky Boy makes a good point. You know they ran it over and had to reshoot. I mean, that might not be true exactly in the way that you say it, but every time you look at a documentary like this, something that is edited and presented to an audience after the fact, this isn't a live stream, you know? They're not doing this live. So there's always that bit of artifice in there. In you know, packaging something and tying it up with a neat little bow to present it to an audience. You're going to have a certain degree of artificiality about that. And Ethan was actually telling me about this. He had a conversation with Matt LaManna about this series and about this two-part documentary here. And there were some interesting tidbits there. Maybe we can get Matt to tell you about it when we're out in the field.
I'm looking.
There you go, Mayor Space. Yeah.
It looks very much like what Stromer was saying.
Hello, Minnie Pie. How are you doing?
The next morning, Their search continues at Stromer's Hill.
Well, 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 Mini Pie, how are you doing? What's shaking, Mini Pie? Hello, hello. We've got our first cat of the broadcast today. How are you doing, Mini Pie? How are you doing? Thanks for coming to say hello. Yeah. Now self-reflexive. There you go, SV Harkin. Yeah. Yeah. How you doing, Minnie? Do you want some treats? Is that why you came here? Is that why you came here? Yeah. She is gonna miss me when I'm gone for most of the summer. Yeah. Broadcast? There you go. Brennington, yes. Yes. And not 1940 scientists. This was around 1910 that Ernst Stromer was working there in Egypt. His fieldwork was delayed by, or rather, getting the fossils back to Germany was delayed by World War I, and then the fossils were destroyed in World War II. The beast yearns for the boom arm. She does. She does, don't you, Mini Pie? Yeah. Let me get you some treats, Minnie. Ooh. Somebody's excited. There you go. Go nuts. Yeah. Are those green or yellow eyes? Yes. What do you think, Minnie? Are your eyes green or yellow? Hey, you're dropping pieces. Make sure you eat that. Don't leave a mess on my desk. Don't leave a mess on my desk, Mini Pie. Yeah. Anywho, let's continue here. We got a lot of documentary to get through. And belt-fed yeets. What a great name. Welcome to Paleontologizing. That must be a lot of yeets in a rapid succession there. What's the rate of fire? Belt-fed yeets, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Jebel El Dist. The locals call it the Pyramid Mountain.
The dinosaur gods smiled on us almost immediately. Hey, Jen.
What you got?
Look at this. We found the limb bone of what is almost certainly a theropod dinosaur, a carnivorous dinosaur.
Welcome, welcome.
And bones all over the place. I have never seen this many bones littered across the ground like this.
At this point, I was pretty sure that we had the evidence that Stromer's dinosaurs were probably still lying out there in that desert.
Since the first discovery of dinosaur fossils in the early 1800s, nearly 1,000 species of dinosaurs have been identified throughout the world. From the infamous 5-ton Tyrannosaurus rex, to the 40-foot-tall Brachiosaurus, to Compsognathus, a tiny carnivore no larger than a chicken.
Yeah, Compsognathus might just be a juvenile. Well, it is a juvenile, it seems. I don't think we really have full-grown Compsognathus. Even the larger specimen from France, right? I don't think even that is considered to be a mature individual. But anywho, yeah.
Dinosaurs first appeared in the Triassic period, roughly 225 million years ago, and became extinct 65 million years ago at the end of the Cretaceous period. Much of what we know about dinosaurs comes from those that roamed the northern hemisphere. But most dinosaurs which lived on the southern continents, particularly Africa, remain scientific enigmas even today. But in 1910, one man would begin to explore that mysterious ancient world. Born on December 5th, 1870, into an ancient baronial lineage, Ernst Stromer von Reichenbach spent a quiet childhood near his family seat in Nuremberg, Germany. Small of build and often in poor health, Stromer would ultimately find his calling in the evolving fields of geology and paleontology.
Yep. And he was something of a maverick in his day, in a way that I really respect. We'll get into that. And Brennington says, your stance on Scipionyx being an infant allosauride, or potentially a megalosauroid, I think we know that it's, whatever it is, it's a hatchling. It's not mature. Yeah. I don't know exactly what it is, but for sure that is the juvenile of something else, something bigger when it's mature, you know? Anywho, I think there's a Kickstarter to acquire a camel for Danny's next dig. It'd be cool to have a pet camel, but I don't, not sure if that's legal to have where I live, you know? Yeah.
In the early 1900s, Stromer learned of some fossilized prehistoric mammal bones recently uncovered in Egypt. At the end of 1910, he mounted his own expedition to see what other fossils Egypt might possess.
Es war so, es gab ja damals noch nicht die moderne.
It was a strenuous journey. There were no cars. He had to rely on local means of transportation like camels. He had no plan for provisions.
Stromer and his team trekked nearly 200 miles across the desert. It would be 8 days before they reached the then primitive outpost of the Bahariya Oasis.
And that was a grueling journey, especially back then. Holy cow. Rental camels, is Cast the Dreamer, yeah. And camels can be cranky. Do you know, we've said this many times, but I like to say it because this fact blows people's minds. Camels are originally from North America. Camels originated right here in North America. The earliest fossil evidence that we have of camels is from here in North America. During the, I don't know when that was, Protylopus petersoni. The middle to late Eocene, some 50 to 40 million years ago in North America. Protylopus. Along with being the oldest camel known, it was also the smallest, reaching a length of 2.6 feet, probably weighing around 26 kilos. Yeah, camels first originated in North America. And then they spread out across the globe after that. First across the land bridge into Asia. That's why we have Bactrian camels in Asia. And then into like the Arabian Peninsula and areas like that. We had camels in Europe. I believe there were several species of camel in Africa as well. Well, I might be misremembering that. Camels might be recent imports to Africa. But then when North America and South America finally joined at the Isthmus of Panama, camels moved south into South America from North America and evolved into the ancestors of today's alpacas and llamas. Pretty cool. Yeah. And are there still camels in North America? They went extinct here at the end of the last ice age. It may have been due to human influence that they went extinct, because they disappear about the same time that the first humans show up. But what's sometimes called yesterday's camel, Camelops, lived right here in North America. They've been found in the La Brea tar pits in Los Angeles. They've been found... Agathor, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. They've been found here in the San Francisco Bay Area during various construction projects. And some colleagues and I found some bits of camel just the other week here in the Bay Area. So yeah, they were here until pretty recently. These guys got big, too. Holy cow. Camelops is a big animal. A big animal. Larger than modern camels. By a significant margin. Last camel in the U.S. in the wild was spotted in 1891 from the U.S. Camel Corps. Oh, well, so those were ones that were introduced, I think, Murph. If you're talking about the ones that were introduced to, like, Texas and the American Southwest, that there was a project to use camels. The United States military brought in, I think, dromedary camels. They brought them over from the Middle East and used them for... Yeah, there you go, yeah. These ones, which were native to North America, they lived alongside the rest of the Pleistocene megafauna of North America. So alongside giant bison, saber-toothed cats, American horses and ground sloths and dire wolves, mastodons and mammoths, camels were part of this fauna. And by all means, they should still be around. You know, all of these critters should still be around. Like, the American landscape, North American landscape evolved, you know, the landforms themselves and the plants, you know, arose with these animals. You get rid of these animals and things start to fall apart in the landscape, and that's exactly what's happened. But yeah, that's maybe a story for another time. Anywho. Yeah. And Piercoin says, I think the dodo went extinct around that time too. The dodo was much later, Piercoin. The dodo was in like the late 1600s, I think. So it was about 10,000 years later. Yeah. The dodo went extinct like within, like there are historical records of people going like, oh, these animals are much less common than they used to be. And it was Dutch sailors, I think, who drove them into extinction. When we're talking about the extinction of the North American Pleistocene megafauna, this happened from about 14,000 to about 10,000 years ago. Yeah. Anywho. And Agathor says, camels are the most moody animals I have ever ridden. They can have a mean temper. They can. Yeah. And they've got some teeth on them. Some pretty impressive looking teeth. There is actually a documented occurrence of a camel biting a dude's head off. Decapitated the guy. There's a guy in India who had a camel on his land, and it was during like a big heat wave. He left the camel outside, just tied up in direct sun all day long, and the camel was just crazed with heat exhaustion. And I think the guy was like throwing a party, and then at one point he realized like, oh shoot, I left the camel out. And so he walks over to the camel and tries to untie it, and it just wrecks him. Here. Yeah, camel bites owner's head off after being tied up all day during heat wave. Yeah. Yeah, according to the Times of India, a man named only as Ujaram was entertaining his guests at his house during the evening when he remembered he left his camel with its legs tied. Upon trying to untie the camel attacked him, throwing him to the ground. Over 25 villagers reportedly struggled with the camel for 6 hours. The animal lifted him by the neck and threw him to the ground, chewed the body, and severed his head. Yowza. So don't leave your camel outside during a heat wave. Do not tie it up so it can't go regulate its own body temperature. Don't do that, or it might be the last thing you ever do. This reaction is understandable. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. And I'm really glad that the story kind of leads with that. It's not trying to demonize camels or say that they're all bloodthirsty. It's like, this is a camel that was not being well taken care of. And then it took that out on its owner. So yeah, the camel is metal, says Agathor. Yeah. Yeah. There you go, Rockyalders. Yeah, he didn't know where his head was after that day. Oh boy. And there you go, Eric. Yeah, they're heat resistant, not heat proof. Exactly. Yeah. Anywho, camels are really interesting creatures, and they're North American originals. They first evolved right here in North America. Along with some other creatures you might be surprised to hear. Primates, as far as we know, first evolved in North America. Horses first evolved here in North America. Bats may or may not have, but the earliest fossil occurrences of bats are from North America. Yeah. Tomatoes might be South America. Lorem, but they're from the New World for sure. Yeah, and tapirs and pinnipeds. Yes, Eric, yes. That was the one I was trying to remember, is tapirs and I think rhinoceros too. Perissodactyls in general. Horses, tapirs, and rhinos. Here, we'll look them up on our Tree of Life. Let's just look up tapir. Yeah. But all those guys first evolved in North America. Agathor says tapirs are cute. We did a whole stream about tapirs for World Tapir Day. Tachi Glassbender. Well. Welcome, Tachi Glassbender and Raiders. How are you all doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Bender has a new sound for their 3 listeners.
It's good to have you here. Playing something called Final Fantasy 14 online. Well, of course you were playing it online. You were streaming it, right? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. Anyway, tapirs are a kind of perissodactyl, odd-toed ungulate. So as far as we know, these guys first evolved in North America. The ancestor of the rhinos, the horses, and the tapirs first evolved here in North America. Yeah. And Harry, yeah, so the oldest primates during like the end of the Cretaceous period first evolved in North America, as far as we can tell. Yeah. Critters like Purgatorius. This is the earliest, like, primate relative, we might call a stem primate. The earliest one that we have is from Montana, I believe. Purgatorius. It's a little rat-like or squirrel-like or... Yeah, but it's a primate ancestor, it seems. Yeah. World's oldest primate was a rodent-like climber. There you go. The extraordinary discovery points to a fruitful evolution for a Montana mammal. That's a pun there because I think it ate fruit. Yeah. So evolving from this into something like a lemur, into something like a monkey, into something like an ape, and then to us. But yeah. This could change. It could be that we find earlier examples of this group from other parts of the world, but so far, the earliest known primate is from right here in North America. Yeah. Oh, Plesiodapus. Yeah, very cool, Death of Barney. Plesiodapus is neat. Yeah. And Agathor says, I don't know if it is the crazy scientist me, but I want to go back in time and teach Neanderthals chemistry. See if they can use that to outdo Homo sapiens. But then I wouldn't exist, go back in time to do that, so my plan fails. Yeah. Although, many of us are still carrying genes from Neanderthals. Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalis, had come back and interbred at various points. Re-hybridized. And, many of us are carrying those genes, myself included. I did a DNA test, and one of the features of that is they tell you, according to your DNA sample, what is your estimated percentage of Neanderthal DNA, and mine was in like the 99th percent. It was very, very high. So yeah. Cool stuff. Anyway. Yeah. We ought to get back to Egypt here, though. Let's go ahead and do that. No, not 99% Neanderthal, but in the 99th percentile, meaning that I've got more Neanderthal DNA than 99% of other people. The percentage might be something like 1 or 2%, or maybe less. I don't actually know. But it's a higher percentage than almost anybody else. And are there non-primates with grasping hands? Oh, yeah. Marsupials. Let's see. There's various rodents have got grasping hands. My mind is blanking right now, but there's a number of other clades, a number of other groups of animal that have got grasping hands. That's by no means something that's restricted entirely to primates. There are a number of dinosaurs that probably had that. Raccoons are a good example. Pandas, the famous panda's thumb. Yeah. Megaraptor and theropods, probably Brandington. Yeah, yeah. They've certainly got big, beefy forelimbs. I don't remember reading that they were. Should talk to some of my South American colleagues about that. They'd know better than I would. Yeah. And cool, high-tech low life, yeah. And what do you mean don't worry? It's not something to worry about. It's just a thing, you know? Otters, grasping hands. Well, are they really grasping, or are they... I guess we'd have to define the term grasping. Make sure we're all on the same page. But otters certainly do grasp things, for certain. Yeah. Anywho. Back to Egypt here.
January 13th, 1911. I arrive in Bawiti and meet with a local official. The official tells me that I probably won't find much.
After exploring some disappointing sites, Stromer came upon Jebel el-Dist. There he...
Funky Boy says not advanced until they could hold a mouse. Oh, there's plenty of birds that hold mice. You can see some of them on Hoot House live stream. In fact, let's get a shout out for Hoot House.
He found his first significant fossils, tantalizing glimpses from the Earth's primeval past.
January 28th, 1911. In cold weather, I search through the hills. I find among these layers 3 large bones. Apparently, these are the first dinosaur bones that have been found in Egypt.
Stromer found a diverse dinosaur fauna with 2 stand...
That looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
Stromer found a diverse dinosaur fauna with 2 standout key players, one by the name of Spinosaurus, and the other...
That's the voice of Dodson. Dodson. We've got Dodson here. That's Peter Dodson.
We're talking about dinosaurs approaching the size of Tyrannosaurus rex, which was long believed to be the greatest meat-eating dinosaur of all time. No longer is. Move over. You got competition.
While Stromer immersed himself in the extinct species of the Cretaceous, his own 20th century species was focused on its most destructive pursuit, making war on itself.
In August 1914, World War I broke out, and the material collected by him was still in Egypt. 12 big wooden crates taken by the Anglo-Egyptian officials were not allowed to leave the country.
Ernst Stromer's hard-earned fossil finds had become hostages of war.
Arctic Goose Guy says it's crazy that dinosaurs existed in Egypt. Dinosaurs existed all over the world, Arctic Goose Guy, including Antarctica. Dinosaurs lived on all 7 continents. We had dinosaurs right here in California. Well, sort of. Most of California was underwater during the Age of Dinosaurs, but the reason why we've got dinosaurs on all 7 continents is because at the time that dinosaurs first evolved, in probably like the middle Triassic, about 240 million years ago, this is what Earth looked like. This is really nice because they've superimposed the boundaries of modern countries on here. So, you know, we could make out the shapes of the continents. So there's Africa right there, South America, nestled up against it, North America, Europe, Asia, and then down here, Australia, Antarctica, India, Madagascar, New Zealand. So back at the very beginning of the Age of Dinosaurs, dinosaurs really lucked out. They got really lucky in the sense that when they first evolved, they could walk just about anywhere on Earth. And Appaworks, thanks for dropping in. I appreciate the follow. Welcome. So yeah. Anywho. And is that like Google Earth but millions of years ago?
If the situation
Belt-fed eats, yeah.
More protection, he simply grew spears
Deck attack
from his body armor.
How are you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah, there's a link to it. Well, here, I'll give you another link right here. There's no street view for this. No, there were no streets back then. But this is a really neat tool, and you can jump to different times. Newt?
I can almost see my house from here.
Newt, thank you for the 5 months of support. I appreciate you, Newt. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. Thanks for keeping me online for the past 5 months. It means a lot. So, speaking of houses, this is 90 million years ago.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic.
My house would be underwater.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Dark Side, thank you for the follow too. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Good stuff. Yeah, the San Francisco Bay Area was underwater during the late Cretaceous, about 90 million years ago. But Wyoming, right here, is, here, 105, no, 90 is what we want, I guess. Parts of Wyoming would have been beachfront property around this same time. So where I'm going to be doing fieldwork in Wyoming in 11 days, very soon. That's an ancient floodplain, like a deltaic environment that was going out to the sea at the time. And some of these would have been like brackish water environments, where fresh water mixed with salt water from this western interior seaway that cut the continent in two back then. But let's go to, say, 120 million years ago. And to Egypt. Here we go. So back then, Egypt, right? Actually, we're probably closer to 130 million years ago for the documentary. But anyway, much of Egypt was underwater. Much of it was like mangrove swamps and that kind of environment back then. It's pretty cool. And Miss Caprical says, so that's why I found seashells on my hikes in Colorado. Exactly. Yeah, so those are probably from the Cretaceous. From about, I would say, close to 90 million years ago. The Western Interior Seaway right here ebbed and flowed. It expanded and contracted throughout geological time, and then eventually it dried up. In fact, if we go forward to 66 million years ago when the asteroid hit, it had pretty much completely receded. But about 90 million years ago, it was at its zenith. So that's probably about how old those seashells are if you found them in Colorado there, Miss Capri. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Let's continue.
Still in Egypt. 12 big wooden crates taken by the Anglo-Egyptian officials were not allowed to leave the country.
Ernst Stromer's hard-earned fossil finds had become hostages of war.
Arctic Who's Got. I'm glad you feel like you're in a college class in a good way.
Nearly a century after Stromer's setback, Josh Smith, a former Army sharpshooter, begins to recruit his own scientific team for what he calls the Bahariya Dinosaur Project.
Show me what you got. This was the biggest thing I had ever done, and there was no way I could do it alone.
Much.
I needed a team, and I wanted the best minds I could find on it.
Hey, Neverwinter, how you doing?
Set. Hut.
The first to sign on is Josh's fellow paleontology student, Matt Lamanna.
Yeah, and Matt is going to be joining us around June 20th in the field. So hopefully you'll get a chance to get to know him. He's going to be on my crew. Pretty excited about that.
Who specializes
and that is Matt Lamanna. Yes, indeed, Neverwinter. Yeah.
If someone can inherently know what their path is going to be when they're as young as 4, I did. I never thought of being anything else. This was my dream, to become a paleontologist and to get to places like Bahariya Oasis.
So the barrier island then...
Drexel University's Dr. Ken Lacavera agrees to lead the expedition's geology contingent. Ken is an expert in sedimentology, the language of environmental change.
And this goes in perfectly with Take One's question there. Take One says, speaking of college classes, how does one go about becoming a paleontologist? What subjects would need to be studied? If you go the academic route, which most people do to get into paleontology, then if you're going to be taking college classes, most colleges don't offer a major in paleontology. Most colleges, you take as many geology and as many biology classes as you can. Paleontology in some ways can be thought of as kind of an unholy amalgam of biology and geology. Because we're studying the history, geology, of life on Earth, biology. So fossils are, in a way, kind of, that's kind of a marriage of geology and biology. You've got the preserved remains of ancient living things in the rock record. So that's my advice if anybody's going to be pursuing a career in paleontology and they're going to university to accomplish that, take as many biology and as many geology classes as you can. But beyond that, I think the very best thing that you can do, even before you go to college, get yourself into a museum. See if you can volunteer in a museum, or if you can get a job in a museum. If you can't afford to volunteer, get a job as a janitor, working at the front desk, whatever you can do to just get into a museum where you will be among fossils and among fossil people. Hanging out with paleontologists, like many avenues, like many, it's the way so many things work in this world. Sometimes it's not so much what you know, it's who you know. And getting to know fossil scientists, you might get invited out to do field work, to conduct research, to work in the laboratory, to do all kinds of stuff like that. That's how I got my start in paleontology. Was when I was in high school, I volunteered at the University of California Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley, California. So as like a freshman in high school, I was working at UCMP, doing whatever needed to be done. Here I'm repairing the hand of a Tyrannosaurus skeleton. Somebody had stolen the Digit 2 ungule off of this, so there I am installing a new one after I'd made a cast of the old one. So yeah. Anywho.
Ontogeny.
And there you go, Death Barney, yeah. And that was a wee while ago, yes, indeed. Yeah. Yeah. And we know you, how far would that get us? I mean, it depends who you're talking to. I'm taking this as an earnest question. I mean, we have members of this community who have been able to participate in paleontological digs because, well, I don't know if any of them dropped my name, but said like, yeah, I'm really interested in paleontology. I've been watching these live streams on Twitch. Could I volunteer on a dig? And the answer was yes. We always need volunteers. Anywho, Neverwinter says Matt Lamana spoke at my Fossil Club's 45th anniversary dinner a few years ago. A few months ago. That's super cool, Neverwinter. That's super cool. Well, you'll be seeing him again on this channel in Wyoming. Looking forward to that. Really looking forward to that. It's gonna be a ton of fun. Let's continue.
Being anything else. This was my dream, to become a paleontologist and to get to places like Bahariya Oasis.
And there you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah.
Drexel University's Dr. Ken Lacavera agrees to lead the expedition's geology contingent. Ken is an expert in sedimentology, the language of environmental change.
We're interested in the paleo environment, what it was like where these dinosaurs lived. The paleontologists are kind of asking the question what, and we're asking the question where.
Yeah. So remember, we watched a talk with Ken Lacavera. Well, yeah. It's a little while ago. You remember this?
And these creatures clearly had a lifelong obsession with eating, so I imagine that they held their necks.
You know Ken too? Neverwinter? Awesome. Small world. Yeah. Anyway, that was a fun day.
PhD candidate Jen Smith joins Ken on the geology team.
I'm definitely a rock freak. They're just fascinating, absolutely fascinating to me. Every rock has a story. I try to paint a picture of the landscape that was present when the rocks were being deposited.
Josh also needs someone on site who can instantly assess the bone's conditions. He selects Jason Poole, affectionately known as Chewie to the Star Wars fans among his colleagues.
I'm an educator and a fossil preparator.
Okay, we're going to touch it real gentle because this is 100 million years old.
I first got fascinated by dinosaurs before I can remember. The reason I still like dinosaurs is probably my lack of ability to completely grow up. My ex-wife will attest to that, and my present one also.
But there is still one skeptic among the group, Josh's graduate advisor. World-renowned paleontologist Dr. Peter Dodson approves the expedition, but he still harbors doubts.
The great question is, are there really prime specimens lying out on the ground? If there are, it will be a very rare and very, very exciting situation. Or is this going to be a colossal bust?
The pressure was really on. Everyone expects you to be some big dinosaur hunter. You know, bring back the biggest monster anyone's ever seen, something huge and exotic. And that really wasn't what we wanted. What was out there where that Egyptian desert was 94 million years ago? What was the environment like? What did we really lose when we lost Stromer's collection in Munich? That's what we were hoping to find out.
This is so cool that this is an A&E documentary. Back then. I mean, you don't see this kind of thing as much anymore.
Nearly a century after Ernst Stromer left Egypt for the last time, 8 scientists, and 3 volunteers from the Bahariya Dinosaur Project arrive at Cairo's International Airport.
I'm really tired.
In a tight 6-week field season, the team hopes to rediscover a world once lost to science. Perhaps even unearth one of Ernst Stromer's lost dinosaurs.
Right, okay.
Let's go get us a Spinosaur.
Dr. Irrefutable, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
We were definitely hoping to bring back something cool. But as to what was actually waiting for us buried in the sand out there, we had no idea.
From Ernst Stromer in 1910 to Josh Smith nearly 100 years later, it's never been simple for Westerners to make scientific expeditions to Egypt. After arriving in Cairo,
a lot of tea, I
members of
imagine.
the Bahariya Dinosaur Project first meet with geology official Hirat Solomon to gain permission to begin their operations.
By the time you come, we will have a much better idea of the number of skeletons and their distribution.
Inshallah. Tea is the national drink, and everything really requires a tea drinking.
Yep.
So I was never more caffeinated in my life than when I was in Egypt.
The tea drinking has its rewards.
The Egyptians were just fantastic. They basically opened up.
And, well. Generator Frajdi, how are you doing?
Dinosaur? What? Generator
What?
Frajdi and their 494 raiders don't know what they're in for.
Generator Frajdi, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Welcome, everybody. It is great to have you here. We need a more upbeat song for this. Or that.
A real mean kid.
And thank you, Voyager212, for the follow.
Daggers for teeth.
Hello, everybody.
Of his neighborhood.
It is good to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Streaming to you from my office here in the San Francisco Bay Area before I leave for the field in 11 days. I'll be out digging dinosaurs live on stream before you know it. So, welcome. And thank you for all these follows. Holy cow. These are coming hard and fast. I appreciate that. Holy moly. Welcome. Generator Frajdi, how did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. Tell me about it. Welcome, everybody. Like I said, I'm going to be out digging dinosaurs in just 11 days. Today is Monday, May 20th.
Just ask this scientician. He'll tell you that
I'll be out in the field in Wyoming on the 31st. And then I'll be streaming for the entire month of June from the field. Digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming. But, thank you for all these follows. Holy cow, there's too many to keep up with. Barbanella, Cruel Harness, Corvus, Yumholt, Timo, thank you everybody. Holy cow.
Message up front. Try not to go extinct.
It's wonderful to have you here.
That's it.
Here, since we've got a bunch of cool new people joining us,
But the paleontologist field isn't narrow to what we understand. On the contrary,
why don't we play a quick little welcome video to introduce new people to the channel? Thank you again so much, Generator Frajdi. I appreciate your raid tremendously. Welcome to the channel. I'm going to turn things over real quick to a good friend of ours. We call him Previously Recorded Danny, and he's going to tell you a little bit about who I am, what this channel is all about, all that good stuff. So,
all my distinguished career. But enough about
anyway,
what did you want to show me?
He's very eager. Previously Recorded Danny, go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada, but most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
Alright, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jump or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely.
So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more
This is Laura Dern.
to
Jurassic
Generator
Park. Digging
Frajdi.
dinosaurs is hard, frustrating work. It takes months.
Thank you
or
very much for the
years,
raid.
So leave it to the professionals.
Really appreciate it. That video is a little bit on the old side, I'm gonna say. And we've got so many alerts going, I'm just gonna have to...
Dinosaur. This is Laura Dern of Jurassic Park. Digging up dinosaurs is hard,
Goodness,
frustrating
we're just gonna have to
work.
disable the
It takes
alerts for a
months
minute.
Or years. So leave it to the professionals.
Yeah, that video is a little bit on the old side. But take a look at... To have you here. Hopefully you can hear me. I've been doing a ton of fieldwork since then. I know I said in that video from 2020... like, oh yeah, I haven't been able to do any field work because of COVID. The past 3 years I have done field work, and I was able to live stream it last year, and I'll be live streaming it again this year.
If you can't.
Yeah.
Excellent. Good. Yeah. Well, hello, everybody, and greetings from wild and beautiful eastern Utah. Digging here in the Cedar Mountain Formation, the very, very beginning of the Cretaceous period. And
So
we
yeah,
just
I'll
got
be
here
out
last night.
in this same area
Started to set
in
up
July.
camp. We finished setting up camp this morning, or mostly.
But before
finished
that...
anyway. And we opened up the quarry today.
Before that, I'll
And-
be
and
in...
Seth today. Fisher's waving.
Wyoming. Here. I'll be here in 11 days.
There we are.
And I'll be live streaming it again.
Nice.
That's the big tibia of a duck-billed dinosaur right there. Big shin bone of a plant-eating duck-billed dinosaur. And in this stream, we were getting that jacketed.
Yeah.
I say we, I guess it was mostly me. Although there's Ken there, too. Helping out with some of that stuff, too.
Yeah. Where everything just kind of spills out of the bottom.
And we'll be in the exact same place, yes.
So the disaster.
We weren't able to get this whole skeleton out, so we'll be returning to this site, excavating more of this dinosaur, now that we have a full excavation permit. And we've got, I think, 6 or 7 other dinosaurs that we'll be digging up as well. We'll be out there for a whole month, and it's exciting stuff. I'm very excited about it. So, if you're following now, well, you can come along for the ride. It's going to be a ton of fun. Now, Generator Frajdi. I saw what seemed to be some Polish-derived usernames among your raiders. Are any of you from Poland? Just a few... What was this? A few months ago? How recently was this? 3 weeks ago. We did a whole stream about Zofia Kilin-Jaworowska. It's a famous... Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Polish paleontologist. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday, Birds Day. And a very, very happy 99th birthday to Zofia Kilin-Jaworowska. Hope I'm saying that correctly. I do not speak Polish. Probably wasn't. Never been to Poland. But, and Lenina, thank you for that gift sub. Thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. Appreciate that very much. It was close? Thank you. We're going to be celebrating today the life and legacy of this remarkable person. She was the leader of the Polish-Mongolian expeditions
Back in the 1970s, there's a link. Discovered dinosaurs like Gallimimus and Dinochirus. Yep. Scads of Cretaceous mammals that turned out to be incredibly important for understanding our own ancestry. Yeah. And she inspired, I don't know how many, children to go into science in Poland. And around the world. Here is... there's no subtitles, unfortunately. This is in Polish, but many of you may not have realized that such a famous paleontologist came from your country. But yes, indeed. Yeah, we will understand them, says Sabina.
Profesor Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska reprezentuje paleontologię, dziedzinę wiedzy zajmującą się zwierzętami i roślinami kopalnymi. To właśnie paleontologii zawdzięczamy naszą wiedzę na temat początków kształtowania się życia na Ziemi. Działalność naukową rozpoczynała profesor Kielan-Jaworowska pod kierunkiem profesora Romana Kozłowskiego, światowej sławy paleontologa polskiego, twórcy Warszawskiej Szkoły Paleontologicznej. Początkowe zainteresowania skierowały
Presumably that's one of the mammals she discovered.
nad bezkręgowcami kopalnymi. Dla tej grupy opracowała ona obszerną monografię
She is too cool, absolutely.
Zamieszkujących przed setkami milionów lat dzisiejszy obszar Gór Świętokrzyskich. Obserwacje te zostały następnie poszerzone o materiały zebrane w Czechosłowacji i na Półwyspie Skandynawskim. Drugim ważkim zagadnieniem, które doczekało się...
Is that her house, as we hearken?
Profesor Jaworowską,
I thought this was a studio or something.
aparatów szczękowych wieloszczepów. W kilku kolejnych publikacjach na ten temat, jakie ukazały się w języku angielskim, nakreśliła ona główne kierunki ewolucji tych aparatów.
Very nice quick summary about her.
Ich anatomiczny opis na tle porównawczym. Od początku lat 60. profesor Kielan-Jaworowska organizuje...
Looks like a Polish house from the period, especially that big rug on the wall. Interesting. Okay.
Ekspedycje te prowadzone wspólnie przez Polską Akademię Nauk i Akademię Nauk...
And Mr. Pankratz, I hope that wasn't chocolate.
Wiele cennego materiału naukowego. Zebrano znaczną ilość dinozaurów i innych ssaków kopalnych. Dość w tym miejscu wyprawy te zostały ocenione przez świat paleontologiczny jako jedne z najpoważniejszych w historii w tej dziedzinie wiedzy. Ich bogaty plon pozwolił profesor Kielan-Jaworowskiej na podjęcie badań nad ssakami kredowymi. Rzuciły one sporo nowego światła na wczesne etapy ewolucji ssaków. Oprócz działalności ściśle naukowej, profesor Kielan-Jaworowska prowadzi również działalność popularyzatorską.
And yeah, mammals. So she specialized in mammals. They found a bunch of dinosaurs as well, but the mammals,
Profesor Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska od lat
you could argue, were more scientifically important.
Początkowo pracowała jako pomocniczy pracownik naukowy w ówczesnej Katedrze Paleontologii Uniwersytetu Warszawskiego, następnie jako adiunkt.
Yeah. And I was able to relocate that book. I couldn't find this anywhere. It had fallen behind the bookshelf. But this is a lovely book. Translated into English. Translated...
This is really not what paleontology is like.
Yeah, translated from the Polish. And thank you, followers. Appreciate that. Thank you for following. Excellent. Yeah. The book is called Hunting for Dinosaurs, written by Zofia Kielan-Jaworowska. Thank you for these follows. Holy cow.
Serious game of paleontology.
Just keep coming.
Larger mysteries still remain.
Yeah, where were we here? Looking for photographs. Yeah, there is a Tarbosaurus that Zofia and crew discovered. This must be back home in Poland afterward. But look at that. Got the hips, thigh bone, hind leg, ribs.
You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver. I never...
Thank you for the follow there. Yeah, there's the skull. And there is Zofia and her crew digging up that Tarbosaur in the field. Yeah, good stuff. Anyway, are there more photos of... Yeah, here's the expedition team. Yeah, the Polish members of the 1964 expedition. And we've got various names there that I'm not going to be good at pronouncing, so I apologize for that. But they don't look too different from a paleontological crew today. This is in the 1960s and 70s. Yeah. Excellent book. This was actually recommended to me by a crewmate last year. And we will look at this next year on Zofia Kielin-Jaworowska's 100th birthday. Yeah. Look at that beautiful lizard they found out there, too. Anyway. And what make of sun hat do I use? Oh, Kennedy, it's a U.S. Marines, or excuse me, U.S. Army, I think, issue sun helmet, military surplus. Yeah. And there is Zofia right there. Yeah. And thank you for the follow there. Wichi Vronka. Appreciate that follow. Good to have you here. The name of this book is Hunting for Dinosaurs by Zofia Kielin-Jaworowska. You can find the original in Polish. It is a classic. Highly influential book. I don't know how many kids were inspired to go into science because of this book, but it's certainly a lot. Hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? We might have a cat visit here in a moment. Yeah. Hey, come on up. Come on up, sweetie pie. Look, there's treats for you. Mini Pie left some treats, sweetie pie. Look. Ooh. Yeah, but today we are watching a documentary from 2002 about fieldwork in Egypt. And one of the paleontologists who shows up in this documentary will also be showing up on these live streams in mid-June. He's going to be joining us on our field crew in Wyoming. And so that's one of the reasons why we're watching this. But anyway, sweetie pie, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Yeah. Hi everyone, this is Sweetie Pie, for those of you who are new here. He's one of 3 cats who live here in this house. They are my landlords, all 3 of them. So I have to make sure I stay on their good side, because they were here first. Get some more treats for me, sweetie. Not just the ones that Mini Pie left behind. There we go, there's some more.
But now the dinosaurs rule.
And, Weronyak, thank you for the follow. Weronyak, appreciate that. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. And gotta go since it's 1 a.m. here. Well, Generator, I appreciate that so much. Thank you for your raid. It means a lot to me. And you get some good rest. Sweet dreams. Leaving you with this old Polish educational video. Feel free to skim through it. I think you might enjoy the general aesthetic. Ooh, what is this about? Oh, very cool. Oh, this is gonna be neat.
Mieniałości wykazały, że życie na Ziemi.
I wish there were subtitles, but... Oh man, I had this plastic stegosaurus when I was a kid. That's from Safari Limited. Good stuff. Is this with
U szczytu ściany
Zofia Kielan Jaworowska? It might be.
Na dwóch tylnych kończynach. Przednie były w miejscu wszyscy mężczyźni ekspedycji. Ważąca tonę skrzynia z miednicą tyranozaura zjeżdża do miejsca, skąd pociągnie ją kołowrót.
I know what that means. Very cool. Hey, I really appreciate this. I would not have been able to find this on my own, so thank you for that. I'm gonna grab this, grab the link, and save it in my notes app. Save it in Google Keep. Nice. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. You get some good rest. And thank you again for your raid. Generator, I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Let's get back to what we were talking about here. Just by way of brief introduction, when I was a kid, my dad taped this on VHS, on video cassette for me. This is a documentary, two-part documentary series from A&E called The Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt. When I was a kid, I thought this was the coolest thing in the world. And now one of the paleontologists who appeared in this is going to be joining me in the field this summer. And he's going to be on these live streams as we dig up dinosaurs in Wyoming.
Years before the birth of the first pharaoh, the deserts of Egypt were verdant Edens, teeming with life.
Sabina Bean? Get someone from the raid to do something else. That would be awesome, Sabina. That would be really awesome. Yeah. And Gregon, what a cool...
A German aristocrat named Ernst Stromer ventured deep into this wasteland.
Hang on, I gotta make sure I follow.
For clues to its prehistoric past.
There we go.
The strange monsters he discovered would astonish the scientific community, only to be blasted into dust by man-made fire from the skies.
Yeah.
For the next half a century, a hidden world lay buried under these shifting sands, until a team of young scientists set out to resume Stromer's quest. Their mission? To unearth the remains
of the
dinosaurs of Egypt.
Matt Lamana is going to be joining us on around June 20th, I am told. And really excited, you know? I think I've met him before at a conference, but yeah, he was, what, like 22, 23 years old, something like that, when this came out? Yeah, I was just a little kid. Now he's going to be on my show. I can't wait.
To unearth the remains of the lost dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Their discovery? Something so unexpected. It would supply one vital missing piece to the puzzle of a forgotten world.
Yep. There we go. So that's what we're watching. Let's jump back into it. They are... Oh, where were we? They've just gotten to Egypt at this point, and they are talking with officials and trying to get permission to go out and dig.
To gain permission to begin their operations.
By the time you come, we will have a much better idea of the number of skeletons and their distribution.
Inshallah. Inshallah. Tea is the national drink, and everything really requires a tea drinking. So I was never more caffeinated in my life than when I was in Egypt.
The tea drinking has its rewards.
The Egyptians were just fantastic. They basically opened up the whole desert to us. And as long as we returned anything important or anything unique back to Egypt.
And Quirk Dessert, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
We could take it all back and study in America.
Their final permissions granted, the team spends several busy days in Cairo, hunting for provisions and tools.
Hey, how about this? It takes a lot of gear to do what we do. We need to buy plaster to wrap the bones. We need to buy aluminum foil, picks, shovels.
15-liter petrol cans?
Usually we have to take household items and sort of manipulate them to our own devices.
We do a lot of this even here in the States.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't make things for this discipline, so we just scavenge whatever we can.
These shop owners, like with these Americans just, you know, running around buying brooms and stuff. They've got a camera crew with them.
We just scavenge whatever we can.
Yeah, these people are good sports. And Medibs, dinosaur bones in your garden. Does your garden look like this? Because if your garden, you know, looks like this, then there is a chance there could be dinosaur fossils in there. But if it doesn't look like that, you know, if it's a regular garden with, say, soil, not a high likelihood that you're going to find dinosaur fossils in there.
Another great benefit of the agreement that we have with the Egyptian government was direct collaboration with their scientists.
I think we will be even more. Still be small creatures like this living in the
Weddus, thank you for the follow.
world, and we wouldn't be here.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
More fun than Professor Simon.
Working with Yusri, Medhat, and Yasser was really great because we learned a lot from each other, both scientific and cultural.
This cooperation is a chance to create a new generation of devoted Egyptian scholars to study fossil excavations. It's a shame to have only foreign scholars studying the Egyptian fossils.
Agreed. Yeah, and shoot, not last summer, but the summer before, we had an Egyptian paleontologist on our crew in Utah, Bilal Salem. Let's see if I can find a photo. That would have been July to August 2022. Here's Bilal. Absolutely fearless guy. We would be like walking to the edge of a canyon that there's a sheer drop of, 500 feet, 1,000 feet. And Bilal would just be like sitting there on the edge, just kicking his legs over the side, doing handstands on the rim of the canyon. Yeah. Good guy, Bilal. Good guy. And here's our crew. Fisher, me, Nick. Nick is hopefully going to be in the field with us again this summer. Jim Kirkland, state paleontologist of Utah. Ethan Cowgill, who works for Jim. Ethan is our expedition leader in Wyoming in less than 2 weeks. And then here's Bilal Salem. Yeah, good crew that year. We've got good crews every year, but this is a good crew this year too. So anyway, Bilal is from Egypt, and so there's a new generation of Egyptian paleontologists who are currently being trained, and they are going to do some amazing things. They really are.
This cooperation is a chance to create a new generation of devoted Egyptian scholars to study fossil excavations.
Yeah.
It's a shame to have only foreign scholars studying the Egyptian fossils.
Not sure, Barbanella. There are only a few dinosaurs that we can determine what sounds they made, and that's only because we have vocalization chambers that are preserved in critters like Parasaurolophus, for instance. There we go. This is some older stuff here.
This is the crest of the new specimen of Parasaurolophus we recently found here in New Mexico. It's quite a large animal. The skull would have extended from here. This is about where the tip of the beak would have been. All the way back to the tip of the crest. This is close to about 6 feet.
Big honking skull.
And when this animal inhaled, it would have drawn air in through its nostrils about here and pulled that air through the air chambers
So this is
inside
for
of the
you,
crest,
Barbanella.
all the way down and then through here into the skull.
Williamson arranged to have the crest CAT scanned at an Albuquerque hospital.
Pretty cool.
This advanced X-ray machine allowed them to see inside the fossil without damaging it.
And Dibs, you're probably right, yeah.
The CAT scan produced a series of 350 cross-section images of the crest. But to make sense of these images, Tom Williamson needed more powerful computers than he had at the museum. He called on computer expert Carl Diggert.
Look at those state-of-the-art computers there.
Hold on.
An actual education. Oh, sorry.
It's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. Tony, I just heard it inside.
Actual education, how was your stream? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Howdy, howdy. Another raid, yes indeed. Grigon, yeah. Actual education, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. You're doing some science and technology as well. It's good to have you here. Thank you, thank you. We were just talking for a brief moment about dinosaur vocalizations because we had a question about that from Barbanella, I believe. So yeah, the only way that we could really tell how certain dinosaurs would have sounded is by looking at preserved vocal apparatus of some of these dinosaurs. Not even vocal apparatus, but like resonating chambers in the skull. Hollow crests that are connected to the animal's respiratory system.
Diggert used his advanced imaging software to assemble the 350 two-dimensional slices into one three-dimensional model of the internal structure of the crest.
This is the end result. This is our understanding of the internal plumbing diagram. This is the structure of the sinuses in Parasaurolophus.
That internal structure is much more complex than scientists had previously suspected. Instead of just one looping passageway, there are three main tubes.
Interesting. Very interesting.
After accurately mapping out the inside of the crest, the scientists measured the length of the tubes to determine what note the dinosaur would have sounded.
The length of the instrument sets the note that it plays at, the register, the high note or low note. This sounds at a first octave D, and that first octave D is determined by the length of this tube.
Any music people in chat? Woodwind, perhaps? Or brass?
Basically, sound worked the same 75 million years ago as it does today. So by measuring the length of his sinus passage, we know the note that he sounded.
Parasaurolophus would have created sound by breathing in through its nostrils, drawing the air through its crest, and then bellowing out of its mouth.
And Mikey Lurk, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
But fossils almost never preserve soft tissue, so scientists don't know if Parasaurolophus had vocal organs. Without vocal cords, the dinosaur would have used the crest as a simple resonator, creating a low-frequency sound. Similar
They almost
to
certainly
blowing
had
air
some
over
sort
the
of
top
vocal
of a
organ.
bottle.
And hey, Salamander, hope you're doing well too.
So I'd like to play for you now a sound that Parasaurolophus could have made.
Yep.
For the first time in 75 million years, the crest roared back to life.
Pretty cool. Pretty
Well, the sound
cool.
that we reconstructed, it was just something that we had never heard before, and it was a visceral sort of a sound, and something that you would feel more than hear.
But
Yeah,
if
Jody Fish, yeah.
Parasaurolophus did have vocal
If it wasn't
organs,
for sound, an extensive
the
like
dinosaur
that.
would have had a much greater range.
Yeah.
It would have been able to vary pitch, resulting in sounds like these, which are more like bird calls.
Dirter.
Once they discovered the basic crest sound, the scientists
doesn't that
could
sound
use the
cool?
computer
Cardinal?
to
Yeah.
improvise what songs
Really, really neat.
Parasaurolophus might have made. The computer playing the crest call is at the forefront of the information age. But the information it's using is prehistoric.
The fossil told us this sound. We didn't create this. This is as predicted from the anatomy, from the fossil record.
This haunting sound carries an ancient message to the scientists who breathed new life into the crest of Parasaurolophus.
Pretty cool stuff.
Well, I suppose he's talking to us over 75 million years.
And what is Parasaurolophus saying? The scientists might want to ask the elephant, a modern animal who communicates everything from danger to desire with a low-frequency rumble.
Anyway, I'll give you a link to this right here. This whole documentary can be found at this link. Yeah, and Medib says, but does sound work the same way? Yeah, so atmospheric composition would have been pretty much the same during the Age of Dinosaurs. Not very appreciably different. It's not like there was 10 times as much oxygen or 10 times as much carbon in the atmosphere. Nothing like that. If anything, there may have been slightly less oxygen and slightly more carbon in the atmosphere during the Age of Dinosaurs because we know that generally global temperatures were higher than today. But we might be approaching that same level of atmospheric carbon again sometime soon if we don't do something to change current carbon outputs. Anywho, back to Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt.
With land cruisers filled to capacity, the multinational team finally embarks on their 5-hour journey back in time.
Hey, South Rebel, how you doing? Welcome.
We're out here in the winter because this is the only time of the year that you can work here. In the summer, it's 110 degrees. They say that the desert floor is crawling with scorpions.
Oh, pleasant.
Even now in the winter, though, it is a difficult place to work. Daily temperature swing can be from 30 degrees to 80 degrees, and you never know quite what's coming.
We're driving That's Celsius. 30 degrees Celsius to 80 degrees. No, I'm just kidding. Now, that's Fahrenheit. 30 degrees Fahrenheit, which is below freezing on the Fahrenheit scale. To 80 is like comfortable. I don't know. It's like what it's here in the San Francisco Bay Area, from which I'm currently streaming right now. Something like 80 degrees outside right now. 70s or 80s. Yeah. Anyway.
And I keep thinking that you're lying about how cold it is, and as soon as you get out,
climate change?
freeze.
Good on you, South Rebel, yeah. Yeah. And I'll see you later, Barbanella. Thanks for being here.
When those bombs
Appreciate you.
destroyed Stromer's collection in Munich, it left a lot of unanswered riddles. How many kinds of dinosaurs were actually wandering around in Egypt?
There you go,
What
Ken,
kind of
yeah.
a world were they living in? What did the desert look like back then?
Bawidi, with a population of 13,000, is the largest city in the Bahariya Oasis region. The crew sets up headquarters at the El Beshmo Lodge, located near the edge of town.
You all have your passports. We should carry our passports with us in whatever is your day pack. at least until everybody here gets used to it.
The only other thing that I can think of as far as safety goes is water, sunblock, and the fact that we move in buddy teams, right? We don't go anywhere alone in the desert out here. I don't care how much you've been in the field, how squared away you think you are. We're always in buddy teams, everybody, all the time.
And Pimp Cat, those wouldn't be fossils, Pimp Cat, because the Sphinx and pyramids were far too young to, you know, only a few thousand years old. And yeah, I don't think, you know, who you should talk to about that, Pimp Cat? Melissa in Denial, who's an Egyptologist and archaeologist here on Twitch, and she can tell you whether or not that's legit. It sounds a little far-fetched to me, but I'm not an Egyptologist. I don't study this sort of thing. She's an expert on this. She can ask her about it. She'll be able to give you the inside scoop on it. Yeah. But yeah. And Y83 wants to know, are dinosaurs global? Absolutely. Yeah, we were talking about this a little bit before you came in. But when dinosaurs first evolved, about 235, 240 million years ago, this is what Earth would have looked like at the time. All of the continents smushed together into one great big landmass that we call Pangea. And as a result of that, dinosaurs, soon after they evolved, spread to all corners of the globe. We have dinosaurs from all 7 continents, including Antarctica. I mean, we've found dinosaur fossils on all 7 continents. So yeah, pretty cool, right? Dinosaurs were truly global in their distribution. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. You know, it's a figure of speech, Charlie's Dragon.
Hold up a second.
Where do you want to go?
I want to go up there to point 3. I think it was point 3. Want to get out and walk?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. We're good to go.
Digs in the Antarctic are tricky, logistically.
The things we found last year.
Physically.
I'm thinking what looks right is right there or right back in there. This is exactly the stuff right here. It was this low, easy wash, this kind of weathering feature on a plane just like this. I don't think we're here. But
When he first found this area a year earlier, Josh Smith took exact longitude and latitude coordinates of every fossil site using a global positioning system, or GPS. Now, the same GPS numbers lead only to empty patches of sand and rock.
I feel like we're too high. Yeah.
Which way do you want to go?
So they're probably using a different GPS device.
Stupid.
Or the coordinates got skewed.
I was basically wondering whether or not the landscape had been changed enough by the wind during the course of the year that we were not here for us not to recognize it.
Yeah.
I was sweating it. I was thinking, no, I get 6 years of combat arms experience. I got a master's degree. I wonder what they'd take for me to re-enlist. I don't need to be a paleontologist.
Dude, we're really good.
We'd brought along a more sophisticated GPS this year than the one Josh had, so Ken and I decided to double-check the coordinates with our GPS.
I think we're just on a different coordinate grid, so all the coordinates might be shifted a little one way or the other.
So
we just have to, when we get one point, the grids will all line up and we'll have all the points then.
Right.
We started to hone in on the correct location, and right at the same time that we got there, Josh had recognized the landmarks and had found the site visually.
Large mammals into our own existence.
TXK Magi, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah.
Joey! We came over the hill. I saw that. I was like, right there. I don't know what.
We're happily following the Trimble, and it goes right there.
And
dinosaurs are kind of funny. I mean, you know.
It's true. SJJJJJJS, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Madib says, I thought no dinosaurs before 1842. Technically before that, they were dragons. I mean, nobody had really studied dinosaur fossils prior to 1842. So if people found dinosaur fossils, they gave them all kinds of different names or explanations, stuff like that. But the word dinosaur itself was coined in 1842. Prior to that, there were some naturalists, people didn't call themselves scientists back then. That word wasn't really in common usage. But there were people like William Buckland, Gideon Mantell, Richard Owen, the natural philosophers or naturalists of their day. They would sometimes find dinosaur fossils and then correctly interpret them as the bones of gigantic ancient reptiles. But it was the word dinosaur that was coined in 1842. Yeah. But prior to that, people didn't really pay that much attention to fossils, honestly. Not to dinosaur fossils, at least. We don't really have record of the first, really good record of vertebrate fossils, dinosaur fossils, are the, earliest scientific accounts that we have of them. From, the early 19th century in England. Anywho. Yeah. No, it is 1842, even though it's commonly reported as 1841, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, it's 1842. That is the correct date.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell Ken's GPS was doing.
You gave him the wrong coordinates.
How did I give him the wrong coordinates? Okay, here we go. Doesn't look very impressive, but that's a bone.
They are very impressive.
There's bone. I don't know exactly how much is here. There's some right here, but this is what we marked.
So yeah, it doesn't look like much when you first find it.
This looks like a productive area let's go to it.
You're going to see plenty of this summer, what the bone actually looks like when it's in the ground. I'll be sure to show you a bunch of that this summer. But it takes a practiced eye often to identify dinosaur bone in the field.
Yourselves up. However you do it is fine.
The team continues the first phase of their dig, the exploratory process called prospecting.
When we find a site, we just see an accumulation of bone that looks worthy of putting a flag in it, and we flag it and we move on.
Paleontologists have an eye for bone. We know what bone is on the ground when we see it.
Yep.
We're basically looking for what we saw before, fragments of bone on the surface. You'll see the characteristic sort of purple sheen, usually the series of tiny little holes, essentially the places where the blood vessels were in the animal as it ran through the bone. These are all bone fragments everywhere. This is all bone.
This is all bone.
Watch where you step. That's a bone. That's bone. All this.
And thank you, Y839, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here.
It's bone.
Wow. We just found these.
Appreciate that.
This is all new stuff. This is stuff we didn't find last time.
By the end of the first day, the team has marked nearly 100 places where bones appear on the desert surface.
We've managed to rediscover everything we found last year, and we found 3-4 new sites. Not bad for a day's work. We found the first theropod limb bone up there.
Professor Peter Dotson has a different point of view.
I'm very satisfied with the quantity of bone we're seeing.
But what about the quality?
Now is about the quality of bone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Located today, I guess.
We desperately need to find bone in the ground.
Yeah.
Instead of on the ground. So I'm guarded. Found it.
Sabina's got a great question. How many bones do you have to see to be able to instantly spot a bone? We still don't really instantly spot them. We usually need to look pretty closely at them. It took me probably about halfway through my first summer in the field, or even longer, maybe into my second summer in the field, before I could really identify bone consistently, to be able to tell the difference between rock and bone. It is one of those things that takes a significant amount of practice, for sure. And hey, Nova Ninja, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. After a while, you get your eye in there, and it's easy to be able to tell what is bone and what isn't bone, and under most circumstances. But even then, sometimes you've got weird edge cases where, you might need to pass something around to the rest of the crew and see what they think about it. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Is that right? You come to collect the rest of your treats? Nice. Madib says, how many rocks have you marked as bone? So the flags thing that you saw in that video is not really something that we do in the field. I kind of feel like that was something they were doing for the cameras. But yeah, I wouldn't say that's like common practice in vertebrate paleontology. Yeah. And Nova Ninja says, when do you know, when you go to a dig, what you are digging? So, and yeah, Lordy, yes, indeed. We've got that new brush from Golganak. Thank you, Golganak. Lordy wanted to use that right away. Oh, Sweetie Pie's pushing the camera around. Sweetie Pie. But that brush has been put to good use already. Thank you again, Golganak. Thank you again. That was very generous of you. Yeah. How you doing, sweetie? How are you doing? Oh, you were completely eclipsing the camera. Yeah. But yeah, Nova Ninja, if it's a particularly good specimen, sometimes it's easier to identify in the field, figure out what kind of critter it is. Sometimes, you know generally what kind of animal it is. Like, oh yeah, this is a ceratopsian dinosaur. Like, this is a horned dinosaur. But you don't necessarily know what the particular skull bones are until you get them back to the laboratory and are able to get them cleaned. That's the thing, is that as soon as we find dinosaur fossils in the field, it's kind of a race against time to be able to get them stabilized, to keep them from eroding, to keep them from getting destroyed by the elements. We need to get them plaster jacketed and then brought back to the laboratory as soon as we can. Yeah. Aw, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. What you looking around at? What do you see over there? Yeah. But Golganak, thank you again for sending that brush. Sometimes it can be difficult to brush Sweetie Pie effectively. You need to catch her at just the right time, and having one brush down here in my office is sometimes not enough. She spends a lot of time upstairs too. But yeah, she is funny, aren't you, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Look, we got another treat for you right here. Right? Where did that go? Here it is. Do you want this one? There it is. What do you think? You want to eat that one? Right here. What do you think? You're looking at it. Do you want to eat it, or are you full? The vet said they're like 2 calories each. I wouldn't think they'd fill you up that fast, but I don't know. You're so dainty, Sweetie Pie. So dainty. Yeah. Let's get back to this.
Okay. Bone preparator Jason Poole shares Dodson's doubts.
Josh is really optimistic, but what we were looking at was pretty much stuff that I would call souvenirosaurus.
That's float.
Little bits that probably won't really amount to anything. I really don't think it's going to lead us to a skeleton.
All kinds of creatures.
This trail of crumbling, weathered bones could either bring them to a dead end or to the remains of one of Stromer's lost dinosaurs. Surrounded by Egypt's western desert, team members from the Bahariya Dinosaur Project begin the next stage of their expedition. Fossil preparator Jason Poole will be responsible for preserving the condition of each excavated bone.
Oh, and it looks like she's mixing up some Vinac right there.
Jason Poole will be responsible for...
Right there. So yeah, this is kind of a daily ritual that we have in the mornings. before we leave camp and go to our different excavation sites is we've got to mix up the penetrant glue that we use. So this presumably is Vinac or Bootvar or some sort of other PVA glue, polyvinyl acetate glue. It's like a kind of plastic that's dissolved in acetone, and we mixed it up. You squirt it onto the bone, and then it kind of seeps down into the bone and helps preserve it from the inside out. The plastic dissolves in acetone. Acetone is like nail polish remover. And then the after you put it onto the bone, the acetone, because it's so thin, it pulls the plastic down into the interior of the bone, and the acetone itself evaporates away. So you just have this plastic that kind of hardens the bone from the inside out. That's what
Preserving the
she's mixing up
condition
there.
of each excavated bone. He starts the morning mixing up a vital concoction.
This is a cocktail later on tonight. This is a Vinac and acetone mixture, which will work as a hardener.
So what is Vinac?
Shellac.
Yeah.
Which is really important in the field if you have fossils that are loose. After seeing what we saw yesterday, we're going to need to use a lot of it.
Yeah, and all the mustard bottle emotes in chat from Golganak, Claire and Lenina, these are, a mustard bottle is often your very best vessel that you can use to apply that glue in the field. Especially a mustard bottle where it's got the twisty top, where you can kind of adjust the aperture there. You can adjust your rate of flow. That's important stuff. Yeah. Oh, I'll see you later, sweetie pie. Thanks for joining us.
Go back to the sites that we looked at and then begin what we call evaluation. We're going to determine whether or not these sites are worthy of being quarries or not, that will go in and actually excavate.
We basically want to take the dirt off to that level because we think there may be more bones inside, right under me. Being a paleontologist is sort of like being a detective, except all the evidence has been left out in the rain for 100 million years.
Yeah, ilium? This would be the...
In their hunt to find a more complete skeleton, Josh Smith and his crew work a site that may contain a pelvic bone or ilium from a meat-eating dinosaur.
We're following ends of the bone in to see where they stop, or hopefully where they don't stop.
Meanwhile, the geology team of Ken Lacavera and Jen Smith set out to solve one of Stromer's riddles. How could this barren landscape have supported so many giant creatures?
It looks like we can get up through the big cliffs this way.
We're trying to piece together the environmental and the paleogeographic history of this area. There's a fundamental law of geology, which is very simple to understand. It's called superposition, which is the oldest stuff is on the bottom and the youngest stuff is on top. And as we work up, we're working up in time.
I'll log the position.
Try to get in where it's not so weathered.
They're coming tips.
We'll measure each individual
Hey, I wouldn't complain about that.
and we'll describe each rock unit. And we'll try to take as much data as we can that'll let us go from what the rock is to what the environment was.
Yeah, it's a rooted horizon, lignitic.
The link between geology and paleontology, to me, is fairly obvious. If you don't understand the ecosystem as a whole, how can you really understand the organisms? This stuff is all connected.
Ken, say again?
We have some bone fragments that we think are bone. It's hard to tell, that we'll bring down for you to look at.
Nice, can't wait.
Excellent.
Really?
Shoot, I left my opener.
There should be more bread around. Screen pass. Oh! American spiral right there.
We have the best job in the world. We get paid to go to really cool places, sit on our butt in the desert with dental picks, and scratch away at old bones.
We got the...
Well, paid. Most of us don't get paid. All of us on our crew in Wyoming, I'm, strictly speaking, I think one of the few people getting paid. I guess Matt LaManna, right there. I think Matt LaManna might be getting paid because he's salaried from the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh. I'm getting paid through Twitch to do live streams. Not through Twitch, but from all of you wonderful people. Everybody else there, though, basically doing this as volunteers. I'm doing this as a volunteer as well, but You know, very few of us actually get paid while we're out there, you know. Nova Ninja says, does it ever get boring though? I mean, not really. This is there are moments where it can be tedious, but I think that's true of just about any job. This is what I really love doing, and so it's something that I look forward to all year round. Fieldwork is one of those things that, for a paleontologist, fieldwork is almost what the whole year revolves around. That's almost like New Year's right there. You're always thinking about, oh, how long until I do fieldwork, or how long until the next field season, that kind of thing. It's the whole paleontological calendar kind of rotates around. It's important stuff. Yeah. And Sabina Bean says, so is it a case of getting it sponsored to even be able to go out there instead of getting paid? No, most people just, they volunteer to be on the crew because they enjoy it, because it's really cool and they want to contribute to the science. Most of our crew members this year are going to be volunteering. So I'll show you an example from last summer. Here we go. Sorry, I got cat hair stuck up in my mustache and it's irritating my nose. Windy Western Wyoming, indeed. Weird adult. Here we go. Very nice. That's a lot of veggie burger. Wow. Two whole circles. I'm gonna eat all of that, and it's gonna be great. Yeah. All right. Here's us sitting down. So, everyone here was volunteering. That's looking pretty okay. Nobody really gets paid to dig up dinosaurs unless they're selling the dinosaurs, which I would advise against. Lads?
It was excellent.
Pretty great. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. Some of us are lucky to actually have like a position that pays salary more or less. So Nick Longrich, who's visiting us from England, from the University of Bath. He's from the U.S. originally. He's American, but he's got a job at the University of Bath as a professor there. He gets paid a salary, and so he could come out to the United States again and join us because he thinks it's really cool. And he found a ceratopsian dinosaur for us, which was awesome. And Ethan is getting paid through the Utah Geological Survey. He was last year at least. I'm not sure if he is this year. I'm getting paid through, donations from Twitch viewers. But apart from that, nobody's getting paid. We're not getting paid to be out here. Yeah. Yeah.
Given how much rain there was, it was really productive.
Yeah, that's the thing. Normally, rain is like a deal breaker for a day of field work, but we've been able to kind of maneuver around it a bit. It's been nice. Anyhow.
American spiral right there.
We have the best job in the world. We get paid to go to really cool places.
We don't really get paid.
Sit on our butt in the desert with dental picks.
I wish.
Scratch away at old bones.
Oh boy.
Either the king of all fishes up there or some sort of crocodilian. Yeah. Want to see some dinosaurs, man. Fish are great, but,
A lot of it, quite honestly, is turning over this fragment of bone and realizing that you were the first organism in probably 100, 150 million years to see this.
In 1911, Ernst Stromer was the first Westerner to hold in his hands an Egyptian dinosaur fossil.
Go for Bronze says, what gives you the most joy in the field? The thing that you go to sleep thinking about? Finding a new site is probably the most exciting thing. Making a new discovery, being able to say, hey, that's a dinosaur that I found. That is tremendously exciting. And it doesn't happen that often. If you find a new dinosaur and it ends up being a site that you excavate, so you can, finding a new dinosaur skeleton, tremendously exciting. And also just being able to bring people along for the ride. Being able to stream is really exciting for me. Being able to show you firsthand what it's like to dig up dinosaurs is really exciting to me too. Seeing people get really excited about that. Seeing a bunch of new viewers come in and having people say, oh, I dreamed of being a dinosaur paleontologist when I was a kid. And, that's so cool. I get to live part of that through watching this. That's a wonderful feeling to hear that. So... Exciting stuff.
In 1911, Ernst Stromer...
And Ariani says, if you find something new, do you have the right to name it? Oftentimes the people who find it are not the people who name it necessarily. Because, say, I find a fish fossil. Skeleton of a fossil fish. I don't work on fossil fishes. I don't know enough about fossil fishes to be able to publish on this. I'm not going to get to pick the name. Whoever publishes on it is the one who gets to pick the name. Sometimes there'll, like, it's always a case-by-case thing. Sometimes if you do find a new dinosaur and you work on dinosaurs, you might be the person who everyone agrees, like, yeah, you should publish on this one. Sometimes a crew will find a fossil and they will bring it back to the laboratory, get it cleaned, it goes into the museum collections, and then it just sits unstudied for years or decades. And then someone stumbles across it in the collections there, and they say, hey, this is something new. I know a lot about this particular group of critters, and this is a new one. I'm going to publish on this. And then they do. And basically, whoever publishes on it picks the name. Does that make sense? But it's a huge undertaking. It takes a tremendous amount of work to be able to publish on something like that. Yeah. And, Garaka, there are schools where you can learn how to do this, but there's very few schools actually have a paleontology program. I went to one, Montana State University, back when that was maybe the best school in the world to learn dinosaur paleontology. But honestly, to be perfectly candid with you, you don't learn that much in the classes. At least I didn't. You learn by doing more than by reading, I think, in a lot of these cases. I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist by spending time with dinosaur paleontologists and by doing dinosaur paleontology. By doing work in the laboratory at the museum. By doing work in the field. Doing prospecting and excavating. That's really where, I don't know, paleontology is more something that you do. You know, what is a paleontologist? Someone who does paleontology. I think especially in this particular discipline, within paleontology, it's wonderful to have a degree, to have the credentials and everything, but that's not what makes a paleontologist. What makes a paleontologist is doing the work, publishing papers, studying fossils. That's what a paleontologist is. It's like what Jim Kirkland says. And if you don't know Jim yet, you'll get to know him over the course of the summer when I'm out there in Utah. Jim says a paleontologist is what a paleontologist does. You know? It's almost a Forrest Gump kind of phrase there. But yeah, paleontology is about doing. That's the paleontologist of it. There you go, SB, yeah. Yeah. And Roseanne says the lead of the Discovery team gets first crack at being publisher, though, yeah? It depends. It depends. You kind of come to a consensus. It's always a case-by-case thing. The person on the crew who finds a particular fossil, they might not be the one who publish on it. They might not be first author on it, at least. They might not pick the name if it is a new taxon, a new genus, or a new species. It depends. I've been lucky to be on teams before where, because I was a crew member and because I helped with the excavation, I was included as an author on the papers. I was invited to contribute to a publication. But not every crew is like that. Sometimes just the expedition lead, you know, or the principal investigator, the PI of the laboratory, you know, he goes, oh, well, you know, I'm going to be first author in this because it's my laboratory. even if he wasn't even out there in the field and didn't make the discovery, or hopefully, I think thankfully, if not hopefully, that sort of thing is becoming less and less common. Paleontology is becoming more of a collaborative science. There's a lot more fairness and openness about you know, how these things get published. Yeah, there does seem to be a trend in that direction. And a taxon. So, Frankie, in taxonomy, hear that word there, taxon, within taxonomy? A taxon is a group of living things that share a common ancestor. It's like saying a clade, you know? So a species is a taxon, a genus is a taxon, a family is a taxon. The plural is taxa. 1 taxon, 2 taxa, 3 taxa, etc. So rather than saying, oh, a genus or family or species, you know, we say, you know, a taxon. Yeah, in biology, a taxon is a group of one or more populations of an organism or organisms seen by taxonomists to form a unit. There you go. Hope that makes sense. Anywho, let's get back to here. And Go for Bronze says, have there ever been a catastrophic error that ruined a discovery? Oh, many times. And there have been dinosaur fossils that have been destroyed during war, for instance. And you'll hear more about that in this documentary here. Yeah. Oh, and Stastiak Noob, thank you for asking that question. Thank you, Claire Burr, for boosting that. Stastiak wants to know, is there a book, or even better, an audiobook, you would recommend for a starter for a newcomer to paleontology? So after reading it, I'll get more context for what you're talking about here. Fantastic question. Yeah. I could recommend a number of different books. If we're talking about fieldwork in particular, the book I'd recommend to you, it almost reads like an adventure novel, except it's an autobiography by this guy, Dr. Michael Novacek, from the American Museum of Natural History in New York. The book's called Time Traveler, in search of dinosaurs and ancient mammals from Montana to Mongolia. One of my favorite books of all time. It is phenomenal. Written in a really interesting way. It's extremely informative without ever being, I think, dry or pretentious. It is just top-notch science writing. And here it is on Thrift Books. Oh, Claire Burr already found it, didn't she? Nicely done, Claire Burr. Nicely done. Yeah, good stuff. Another excellent one is, there might be an audiobook for it, too. Your Inner Fish is a really good one. An excellent, excellent introduction to fossil science. Your Inner Fish, a journey into the 3.5 billion year history of the human body. You can get this through Audible. This is probably the one I would recommend to somebody who's brand new to paleontology. This is excellent stuff. Because it goes broader than just paleontology, too. It talks about natural history in general. This is an excellent foundation for learning about paleontology. An excellent foundation will come from this book. Yeah. It's phenomenal. You're really going to like it, Sastiak. You're really going to like it. Yeah. And there's a phenomenal 3-part documentary series, if that sounds good to you. Yeah. And thank you, Claire Burr. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to think of anything else. Let me look at my shelf here. Other books I'd recommend. Just about any of the books written by Jack Horner. I would also recommend for like kind of a general audience. Books like Digging Dinosaurs is a classic. Dinosaur Lives, another really good one. Underrated, in my opinion. Or Dinosaurs Under the Big Sky is an excellent book, too. Especially if you're interested in dinosaurs from Montana, because that's what it's about. So any of Jack Horner's books, pretty excellent for this kind of thing. Yeah. And cooking fat related to a kipper, well, related to fishes in general, cooking fat. We are, all tetrapod animals are descended from fish. I'll show you. Yeah, so that's amphibians and reptiles, including birds and mammals, are all tetrapods.
Dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to
Whoop.
love each other. Is that correct?
Exactly. And I certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Sice82, thank you for the 8 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I just realized I need to turn on my alerts for... There we go. For this scene. Golden Mons 13. Sorry I missed your follow 8 minutes ago, but I appreciate you. Thank you for following. And Sice, thank you for keeping me online for the past 8 months. Appreciate you. I really do. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Anyway, tetrapods. Tetrapods are amphibians, reptiles, including birds, and mammals. We're all tetrapods. And tetrapods are a kind of lobe-finned fish. Lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods, are part of clade Sarcopterygii. This is another taxon right here, like we were talking about. Taxon is just a group of living things that share a common ancestor. Like a clade, I guess. But yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Medibs, you sleep well. Thanks for being here. Good night to you. Yeah. Anyway, that book, Your Inner Fish, has an excellent way of explaining this, you know, the grand tree of life like this. How all living things on Earth are related to one another, all share a common ancestor about 4 billion years ago. We know this through the fossil record, through the anatomy and physiology of all organisms today, and also through DNA. All living things share DNA to varying extents, and the amount of shared DNA, the amount of identicalness in the DNA code of different critters, and the genetic code tells you how closely related they are to each other. You know? So yeah. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to our documentary here.
In 1911, Ernst Stromer was the first Westerner to hold in his hands an Egyptian dinosaur fossil. His discoveries included the bones of a bizarre carnivorous dinosaur.
The establishment of a new species is certainly justified, which I name for its most conspicuous character and land of origin, Spinosaurus aegyptiacus.
Stromer's Spinosaur monograph describes an astonishing creature. Even larger than T-Rex, this 5-ton predator possessed a unique physical feature. A 5-foot-tall sail of spines rising from its back.
Is it really a sail, though? I'm not convinced it was a sail, per se. Anywho, you see that same illustration? Bingo, right here.
We really don't know what the sail on the back of Spinosaurus was actually used
like shooting fish in a barrel.
Some scientists think it was part of a cooling system. Others say it might have been a sexual display feature used to attract a mate.
The jaws of Spinosaurus are enormous, at approximately 6 feet long. They actually resemble the jaws of a crocodile more than most carnivorous dinosaurs, which has led some scientists to speculate that Spinosaurus and its relatives may have lived near or in water, eating fish.
Yeah, so I work on Spinosaurids. This is a group that I'm currently working on. I got an upcoming publication about... My goal was to get it submitted before I leave for the field. That might not happen now because I had some other things that have popped up that kind of take precedence over that. But I'm working on it. Yeah. And could they have been gills? No, Frankie. So they're elongate neural spines along the animal's back. Yeah, the gills don't have bone associated with them usually. They're like a soft tissue structure.
The problem is, Stromer had the only solid physical evidence of Spinosaurus aegyptiacus that had ever existed, and by 1944, it was gone.
Amphibian.
And they were thought to be extinct. Dinosaur tooth! Dinosaur tooth! Spinosaur tooth! Oh, at first I thought it was a horn or something. It was just
Also vertebra.
There's plenty
vertebra. Vertebra.
Got a vertebra.
We think it's a Spinosaur.
I saw this big pop on and it just kept going.
And thank you, Descent. Thanks for being here. I hope to see you around.
What do you think of that, Matt?
Good night to you,
It looks like
too.
we found our first definitive dinosaur.
Yeah, it's a keeper. That's what it is. I mean,
What we're looking for.
that's what it is.
Josh is a specialist in carnivore dentition. Based on the tooth's conical shape and its lack of serration, he is able to identify this as the tooth of a Spinosaurus.
We're the first people in 80 years to hold one of these for real.
Okay, watch where you walk.
Watch where we walk.
We didn't find any more Spinosaurus material at that particular site. That single tooth was the only physical evidence that Stromer's dinosaur once walked the Earth.
There have been other remains of Spinosaurus that were found prior to this, too. Spinosaurus in particular as well. That's not the first bit of Spinosaurus anybody's found in 80 years. Just kind of exaggerating that for the camera. But the Stromer Spinosaurus was not complete. Far from it, Garaka Bulka. They were, here. This is largely the extent of what Stromer brought back to Germany. Here, I think this might illustrate it pretty well. From fossil crates. Nice. So the bones that are dark-colored here are the bones that he had. So some tail vertebrae, some of those elongate neural spines. Chocolate Mint DPC, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. And then that dentary, that lower jaw right there, crucially important. Yeah. So he didn't have very much of this animal, hence why he reconstructed it to look like Allosaurus at the time. We now know that Spinosaurus would have looked much more like... We'll find you a decent one. That's not bad there. Yeah. Much more like this. Yeah. Although even this itself is a chimera. There's multiple different dinosaurs that were kind of put together in order to, yeah.
I'll just give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct.
That's good advice there. And, Kupier, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. That's actually a really decent one there. I like that a lot. There are pieces of multiple animals that kind of went into these reconstructions, though. And, yeah. It's complicated.
Welcome to another edition of Lifestyles of the Large and Extinct.
And Statastiak, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontology. I appreciate you clicking that follow button. I hope those book recommendations were helpful too. Anywho, and what's going on with the front limbs? It's a good question. Spinosaurus has got kind of ridiculously robust forelimbs. Most Spinosaurids seem to have this, if not all of them. Really big, beefy forelimbs, which is unusual for such a big carnivorous dinosaur. Most big carnivorous dinosaurs have got reduced forelimbs. Spinosaurids do not. Spinosaurids have actually evolved more robust forelimbs than their ancestors had, presumably. So here's some English Spinosaurids. These are essentially baryonyx. It's supposed to be Ceratoseuchus and Ceratoseuchops and Rhiparovenator. Anyway, they've got robust forelimbs with big hooked claws on them for catching fish. We think that's actually a big part of my upcoming, hopefully soon to be published study on Spinosaurids. I got to get this thing submitted for publication as soon as I can. Part of me wants to wait until after the field season because that way I'll actually have time to do all of the like outreach and press stuff for it, because I won't be able to do that when I'm in the field. So it might be that this waits until I get back from the field and then I submit it for publication, but we'll see. Yeah. And fish were bigger back then? There were some big old fishes that were swimming around with Spinosaurids. Here. We've got these big old sawfishes, or sawfish relatives, Onchopristis, that these guys seem to have been eating. And we had coelacanths the size of a car swimming around back then, too, in the same environment. Huge coelacanths. So, Spinosaurids were, they were living in an environment that would have had enormous, enormous fishes. Like these. And a lot of smaller fishes, too. And Ariani says, were there any dinosaurs with such an irrational body structure that scientists doubted their existence? Or were at least flummoxed by them? Sure. Ariani, yeah. Dinochirus is a good example. I'm trying to think of who else. Ceratopsian dinosaurs at the outset were confusing for a lot of people. Here we go. Dinochirus is a weird critter. But yeah, when the first Triceratops horns were found, Othniel Charles Marsh, who ended up naming Triceratops, he originally named it Bison alticornis. He thought that they were the horns of a giant bison. There are lots of examples of this, especially in the early history of dinosaur paleontology. And hey, Iacane, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well, Iacane. It's good to see you. I am super excited to be out in the field in 11 days at this point. I guess 10 days? Depends whether or not we count today. But, cannot wait. I'm going to be leaving for the field as soon as, like, this coming Sunday. Or leaving for that part of the world, anyway. It'll be a few days until I'm out there in the field. Anywho. Yeah. And Frankie says, do you think there could be dinosaurs fossilized like the humans from Pompeii? So the humans from Pompeii are not fossilized, but they're basically like hollows left in the pyroclastic flow that preserve them. We do have dinosaurs that probably they may have died in like a pyroclastic flow, but we actually have their bones still. They actually got fossilized. The Maiasaura from the Campasaur bone bed near Shoto, Montana. Might be something like that going on. They could have been killed in a volcanic eruption. All of that white-hot ash, the pyroclastic flow, may have overtaken them and suffocated them and burned them, and then later they were their bones were fossilized. But that's the most Pompeii-like thing I can think of off the top of my head in terms of dinosaurs. Yeah. And Gopher Braun says, how do you use modern animals to understand the biology and behavior of dinosaurs? That's what I do, Gopher Bronze. That's like, Danny, how do you do your science? We do a lot of what we call comparative anatomy. So looking at the different structures in different creatures, like for instance, give you a current example. Baryonyx is one of the dinosaurs that I'm studying currently. And it's got these really long, thin jaws like that. There's the actual ones in the Natural History Museum in London. Those are very similar to slender-snouted crocodilians, like the gharial of South Asia. We could look at gharials and ask, what do they do with their jaws? And that can give us some clues as to what spinosaurids were doing with their jaws, given that they're very similar. Stuff like that. There's various ways that you can approach that in like a nuts and bolts kind of way. You can use FEA, finite element analysis. Like there's various other ways to kind of simulate the way that jaws or other body parts flex, how they work under stress, stuff like that. That's not really what I do. I don't work in such, I don't know, that's like highly quantified stuff. A lot of my research is more qualitative, because a lot of it is just looking at modern animals and look at this graph. So I don't do too much of this, you know. There's a few graphs in some of the projects I'm working on, but a lot of it is more qualitative. Thank you, Stephen D. Green, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anywho, yeah, my favorite crocodilian too, Rhacodactylus. They're so neat. Yeah. Ian Kane says, I hate counting. Yeah. We have that in common, Ian Kane. Yeah. And Caterpillar says, how does he eat? Is it fishing in holes? You're asking about gharials? So gharials will strike from side to side in the water or up and down. The super thin nature of their jaws like that allows them to just slice through the water at lightning speed and be able to catch fishes in their jaws. Let me see if I can find you a video of this. Gharial feeding. Here we go. Yeah, they are so cool. But they fish underwater. And so they'll just kind of rapidly snap from side to side, or sometimes up and down. Does that make sense? And those needle-like teeth that they have allow them to really take hold of those fishes, keep them from escaping. So it's really, really rapid lateral strikes, mostly, that they're doing. They're very quick continuum, yeah, absolutely. Look at this graph. Another graph. Skjorniak, thank you for the follow, and welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Ayakane, yes! Oh! Did you hear what I've heard, Ayakane, that when you say fish as plural, it's fish of the same clade, the same species often. When you say fishes, you're talking about multiple animals in different species. So, like, you see bass and sturgeon swimming together. You're like, look at all those fishes. But then if you just see a bunch of bass together, you could say, look at all those fish. That's what I've heard anyway. I spoke with an ichthyologist about this once, and that's what she told me. Yeah. And when you say fishies, you're talking about the cute ones. There you go, Rhacodactylus, yeah. So you understand it too? Glad to hear it, Iacane. Yeah. I try and use the terms appropriately. I'm a bit of a grammar nerd, I'll admit. So these things are important to me. Man, these guys are good at catching fish and fishes. And they're trying to maneuver them so they can get them down head first, just like that. Yeah. The LA Zoo. I was so happy the first time I got to see Gharial in person. It was pretty neat. Pretty neat. Yeah. But in the end, we're all fish or fishes, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Put it in the primer, Iacane? Yeah. You know the difference between primer and primer, right, Iacane? That's why you said that? Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to this.
I might have been the only one, but I had this feeling in my gut that there was more where this came from.
Big boy and his guy. Oh, in the zoo in Dallas, Lydia? That sounds awesome.
Nice because it lifted everybody's spirits, but it's been a while and we haven't found anything else. We're starting to get a little bit nervous.
Where's the on button? We have a lot of really highly intelligent people in very close quarters doing really, really hard work.
Boot camp was like 12 years ago. I'm still digging foxholes. We're gonna drag you
I
around.
think to keep everybody from going insane, there's lots of just silliness.
I've been working on the railroad all the live long day.
Oh, shut
I wish I knew the words.
And it's great because it keeps your energy level up.
You have proven yourself worthy, O Knight.
The night, you make me sad.
Stop your whining, you big Wookiee baby.
My nickname here is Chewie or Chewbacca. I got that nickname because a lot of people don't realize that Chewie was a highly renowned paleontologist in his day. And okay, it's the hair, guys. I'm not going any further than that. Obviously, I'm not tall enough. It's just the hair.
Egypt.
Ow!
Medic!
That's 3.
I thought this was like the funniest thing in the world when I was 10 years old, and then I don't know. And Rhacodactylus says, do you have a nickname in the field, Danny? I've had multiple nicknames in the field. Back when I was working with Denver Fowler, with the Museum of the Rockies, a lot of us had like radio call signs. And yeah. Jack Wilson was Jackie O because he had type O blood and he was very attractive to mosquitoes. So we started calling him Jackie O. I guess a lot of them were bug related. Jacob Gardner, we called him Teflon because at the beginning of one of the field seasons, there were just ticks everywhere, and everybody had like a dozen ticks on them every day, and Jacob only ever had like 2 ticks, and so we called him Teflon. My radio call sign name in the field was Lee Hall gave this to me. He called me Magnum because he thought that I looked like Tom Selleck from Magnum P.I. And so the whole summer, he was like, Danny, you need to grow out your facial hair, and then at the end of the summer, shave everything except the mustache. And I did, and he thought that was really funny. So, yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, and nice, Regadactylus. I'm glad. Yeah. Anyhow. So, that kind of still is my radio call sign to this day. Denver had a... I think I can repeat this. Because it's not as blue as it sounds. But Denver's radio calls... I hope this wouldn't be embarrassing to him. But his radio call sign was Sexy Robot 69. Because he told us this story about when he went to a garage sale, or whatever they call garage sales in the UK. And they had all of these old CD-ROMs back in the early days of this sort of thing, where there was basically, it was just like a screensaver. You'd pop it in, and one of them was Sexy Robot, and it was just like, just a robot with like a vaguely feminine form. I think we found it again, and he showed it to us, and it was like, it's very unimpressive. But he thought that was so funny. And so that was his radio call sign. And there you go, Regadactylus, yeah. A car boot sale. There you go, Mosaic, Sabina Bean. Yeah. Yeah.
So, dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. What? Steely Dan, you know better than that.
Our species stand the same way.
Calling you Magnum from now on. Thanks for sharing.
Oh, no. Let's move on.
Oh my God, the wind is crazy today.
Yeah, this wind is a bitch.
Language.
Prepare for windburn.
Sorry about that, everyone. Goodness. I let my guard down just a little bit. I start talking about radio call signs, and then suddenly... Apologies for that. It's supposed to be a PG-rated chat, you know?
I don't know. I think this is...
And channel.
Yeah, I can't even see.
Yeah, let's take a hold on
really
for
stupid.
a second.
We'd been warned about the winter sandstorms
There you go,
in Egypt,
yeah.
Now look at this.
but we really didn't expect anything like this.
This is why it's important to have dust and wind goggles in the field. I have some that were actually sent to me by a member of this community years ago. Let me grab those.
I've been doing field work for the better part of 30 years, and I have to say that this is about the toughest day I've ever faced.
Okay, I'm back. Although I can do some of that.
Those same winds that impeded their progress may actually be blessings in disguise.
Yeah, really lucky to have these. I used these a few times last year during a sandstorm in Utah, and gotta say they worked pretty well. So, you know, it's an essential piece of field gear. Gotta protect your eyes as best you can.
Over time, they can erode away rocks that may hide more spectacular fossils.
Erosion is the paleontologist's best friend. Stromer informed us that in 1914, no bone was showing, that he had picked up every scrap of bone. But in the years since then, the processes of erosion have proceeded. And it is that process of erosion that steadily brings to the surface a new crop of bones. That's why we're here.
And Korakabulka says, I'll be going to sleep, and I wanted to say that you're amazing, and your mods are amazing too. The mods are amazing. I don't know about me, but these mods, definitely amazing. Love that you're exploring the most basic things without any problem. See you soon and bye. Thank you, Goraka. I hope to see you again soon too. You sleep well, sweet dreams, and Yeah, hopefully you can watch while we're out there in the field in like 11 days. I'll be doing 2 or 3 more streams this week, too, before I leave for the field. But I'll see you around. Thanks for being here, and thank you for your kind words. I appreciate them. I appreciate you.
Several days into the expedition, members of the Bahariya Dinosaur Project have tagged hundreds of bones on the desert surface. But most turned out to be fragments, leading nowhere.
May not look like
Yeah, no, the other side may be better. I think this is a jacketer.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
No question.
Geologists Ken Lacovera and Jen Smith join in the pursuit by studying the sediment layers in which most of the bones have been found.
There are lots of large fragments of bone up here.
Where is it?
Beautiful. Large fragments here of
And yes, indeed, Ungoy. Yes, indeed. That's
sitting
him.
here and there. Lots of others. This is what is most exciting. These 2 piles do not look natural to me. I think these are spoil piles, so somebody might have dug here before at the base of Jebel El Dist. And we know who that might be.
Yeah. This
They
is
found Ernst Stromer's old site.
Hello.
Well, I don't even know what to say.
The expedition team makes their first direct link to Ernst Stromer. Nearly 100 years before Josh and his colleagues first set foot in Bahariya, German paleontologist Ernst Stromer excavated tons of fossils from the same lonely patch of desert. The tragedy of Stromer's lost dinosaurs began in 1914, when Egyptian and British officials confiscated his final shipment of fossils at the port of Alexandria. The specimens did not reach Germany until 1922.
When it finally got to Germany, apparently it was in fairly sad shape. Apparently it had been unpacked and repacked, and that's of course always a prescription for disaster, particularly at a time when people were not very good yet about preserving fossils.
With the materials finally back in Germany, Ernst Stromer spent several more years trying to overcome these setbacks.
Being a paleontologist is not just making the finds, it's also writing about them. I don't know that he was particularly unhappy to come back, although he had very happy memories of being in the Middle East, I know that. Not the least because he met his wife there, of course.
Stromer was still working in Egypt when he first met Elizabeth Rennebaum, the daughter of a British architect. Years later, a chance encounter in Germany led to their marriage in 1920. During the following years, the couple raised their sons Ullmann, Gerhard, and Wolfgang at Stromer's family seat, the 9th century castle Stromer von Reichenbach, their private haven in a quiet forest just outside of Nuremberg.
And you might be thinking, like, oh, shoot, Nuremberg, Germany, castle, German aristocracy. Like, uh-oh, what was he doing in the 1940s? Rest assured, Ernst Stromer was on the up and up. He was kind of an ardent anti-Nazi. And while that paints him as a good person, obviously, it created a lot of problems for him, as you'll see later. Yeah. Nazis, you know? Yeah.
My husband, although not completely uncritical of him, really worshipped him. Yes, he must have been a very good father, very strict.
Stromer continued to press forward with his work,
Welcome
authoring
back, Gravity. How you
painstakingly
doing?
researched monographs
Good to have you
describing a
here.
complex equatorial ecosystem. Stromer discovered several distinct species of T-Rex-sized predators,
Carcharodontosaurus,
including Carcharodontosaurus, a carnivore with a 6-foot-long skull.
Carcharodontosaurus. The name means shark-toothed lizard, and this is a dinosaur that was
sort of the equivalent of a shark on land. It would have basically walked up to a sauropod dinosaur and probably taken a big chunk out of it and just sort of waited for it to die.
Maybe.
But how did meat eaters like Carcharodontosaurus survive in a desert? Ken and Jen find the answer to this riddle in a layer of beach sands halfway up Jebel El Dist.
Are they gorgeous?
What is that right there? Dr. Irrefutable? A Ko-Fi donation? Well, shoot. Let's take a look at that. Dr. Irrefutable, thank you so much. Have a little walking around money for fieldwork. I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you, thank you. Thank you kindly. And then from the day before, from Mickey Time Lord, same amount, just a little something for all you do, Danny. Thank you, Mickey Time Lord. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Are you here right now? Dr. Irrefutable, thank you very much for your generosity. Completely unprompted. I appreciate that. You know, if and when we have a dinner out, maybe that can be on me. Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Generous of you. Here. Let's continue. And Ungoy, we don't really have hard evidence of that. Yeah, the wound and follow technique. It's a great question, Ungoy. That has been suggested by multiple paleontologists for how big theropod dinosaurs would have subdued their prey. But it's really hard to find any hard evidence of that kind of thing. Yeah, nothing really to suggest they had killer bacteria. Although there's currently a debate raging about whether Komodo dragons, whether their septic bite is really because of bacteria or whether it's primarily because of venom. There's an ongoing debate about that, which is crazy that you've got that much controversy over a modern animal that you can actually study in real time. You know, when it's like we still have Komodo dragons running around. We can still look at them and examine them. So yeah. It's funny. If we're still not sure about modern Komodo dragons, shoot, good luck with extinct dinosaurs.
That is really sweet.
Yeah.
We're looking here at a shallow marine environment. We see ripply cross-bedding in here. The sand layers have a greenish tint to them, which is usually indicative of a marine environment. And just above this is a shell bed. And one really interesting thing is that we're dealing with sediments here that are roughly 100 million years old. But these ripples, as you probably have seen in your own experience, ripples under a stream or at the beach form in a matter of seconds. So we might be looking at literally a 10-second snapshot.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Regon, thank you so much for subscribing. Holy cow. That's a recurring subscription right there. Enjoy not having to watch any ads for as long as you stay subscribed here. Thank you for your support. That means a lot. Those recurring subscriptions are the bread and butter of our support here. That's the reason why I can continue to do this 5 days a week.
But those claws
thank
on
you.
the wings
I
are
really
once
appreciate
again invaluable.
Bet Medler, thank you for the 22 months there. See, we've got this cadre of wonderful long-term supporters, and I'm happy that you've joined their ranks there, Gregon. Bet Medler, thank you so much for the 22 months. That's a long time. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. It means a lot to me. Thank you. Yeah.
Part of the history of the world that has then been preserved for 100 million years. It's like finding one frame out of a movie.
And there you go, Gravity. Yes. Field season coming up soon? Oh yeah,
During
11
the
days.
past
I'll be out in the
100
field.
million years, this area of Egypt has
Just
been a
11
desert,
days.
an underwater landscape, a coastline, and now a desert once again.
Wow.
As they scale the layers of El Dis.
It's been a long time since I've met such a wholesome community. Well, you're part of that community now, Grigon. Thank you, thank you. Looking forward to your field trip. Good night, everyone, even though the morning is beginning for me already. Well, I hope it's off to a good start, Grigon, and thank you. I appreciate you. I'll see you soon.
Jen and Ken are turning the pages of a living history book, the story of our ever-changing Earth.
Beautiful.
You have this sense of connectedness throughout geologic time to the entire Earth, and without getting really mystical about it, that's really what keeps a lot of us in this, is that feeling of connectedness through geologic time to what was going on way back when.
Yeah.
We're on the coast of an ocean 100 million years ago here. The Mediterranean is sort of the last vestige of what is called the Tethys Seaway.
Yep.
It
Good
went all
old
the way
Tethys.
around the Earth and connected what is now the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean. And we're on the southern shore of that ocean. So it might be possible with the data that we found here to actually model what the Tethys Seaway was like 100 million years ago.
Unlike the geology team, Jason Poole and the scientist on the other side of Jebel El Dist have watched their hopes about the Stromer pit dissolve into disappointment.
We spent a lot of time digging up these pits that I pressured everybody into digging, and we found one bone at the bottom which was really broken up and not going to help us at all.
A lot of fossil plant material, but nothing else. All from that lower layer.
Yeah.
This was probably a waste of 2 days. After that, you sort of start to question your own judgment calls. We took that whole mound down, and that took all day.
I had dreamed my entire life to get to a place like Bahariya Oasis.
No, I think there's more.
I was starting to feel like the place was going to beat us. There just weren't going to be any good fossils around.
It'll be really interesting to ask Matt Lamana about this while we're in the field with him. Kind of get the inside story from him. You got work in the morning, Sabina Bean? So glad to have discovered this wonderful space and looking forward to joining more streams in the future. Thank you, Sabina Bean. I look forward to seeing you again. You get some good rest, sweet dreams. I'll see you soon. That is part 1 right there. Let's take a look at part 2, shall we? Let's start it up.
Years before the end, Ernst Stromer stopped for the next half until a team one vital missing.
There we go. Part 2 of 2. There's some bones, modern bones. It's probably a camel.
With time running out on their field season, the team's hopes of making a significant find are fading.
We're going to get rid of all this top crap, and you're going to work your way down until you find the topmost part of the fossil.
This place is a lot harder to work in than we'd expected. We'd really like to have, a real showpiece discovery, something that I can say, look, this is a
femur of Carcharodontosaurus. You know, you've added to the knowledge base of the world, but we haven't had that yet.
That is a good explanation, though. Adding to the knowledge base
to
of the
watch
world.
these dinosaur guys go up and down and up and down.
Look at this, look at this. I didn't see that before.
And then they find something and it's the greatest thing ever, and then by the end of the day it stinks and, you know, it's not good for anything and they're all depressed.
That's what it's like with us sometimes.
You know, when you dream about going to a place for basically 15 years, I think when you get there and you don't find exactly what you'd hoped for, you know, your hopes are a little bit let down.
An advantage that Jen and I have is that we get to range far and wide. We see a lot more of the oasis than the paleontologists do. Consequently, we come across more bones.
Doing a lot of prospecting. Yeah.
Once again, the geology team changes the whole group's fortunes in an instant.
We were working on the topographic data. We drove by. Jen said, "Hey, do those look like bones?" We backed up. I said, "Yeah, indeed they do." We decided to take a few more readings and then alert the paleontologist.
We found.
What's funny is that I think Ken Lacavera would describe himself as a paleontologist nowadays. He's the guy behind Dreadnoughtus. It's a dinosaur that's put him in the news for the past decade. And here he is referring to himself as a geologist. Oh, I'm not one of those paleontologists. I'm a geologist, he said back then.
Readings and then alert the paleontologist.
We found the bones by driving over them. Felt a little bad about that, but I guess it's better than not finding it at all.
Yeah, and sometimes that happens in a place like this. They're just sticking up out of the ground, you know?
Hey, Chewie, come here.
Can't they do topo data from... So not nearly as high resolution as this, Harry. Yeah.
The whole line of it coming out, right?
It takes boots on the ground work to get detailed.
It looks like we found
topo
potentially
data.
a skeleton.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like when you have the real thing. We just doubled our just doubled our take in about, you know, even if we don't get anything more than this float here.
I'll tell you.
Float, by the way, are the bits of bone that you find on the surface that are kind of scrunched up by weathering. They're just, you know, it's kind of like read a root beer float before? There's got to be other names for this throughout the world too, but here in the States we call this a root beer float. It's vanilla ice cream in root beer, which is a kind of soda. It's a soft drink, carbonated drink. And you get the stuff at the top. At the top of a root beer float, the ice cream and the soda kind of mix together, and you get this kind of frothy, you know, it's hard to describe. But bone texture can get like that too. If you've got a bone eroding out, it gets weathered, it gets all scrungy, it gets kind of wispy like that. So float is the term that we have for fossil bone there on the surface. You dig in and hope that the bone is in good condition, because the float on top tells you that there's bone there to be found, but oftentimes the float on top has been kind of destroyed by the elements, and it's not, you can't really do any cool science with it. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Gravity says, is it as frustrating? How long has been your longest time of prospecting? Oh, I've been prospecting for days and days and not found anything. There were a few days like that last summer. Went out prospecting, didn't find a single thing except for some oyster fossils. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah.
Hey, Chewie, come here.
There's a whole line of it coming out, right? It looks like we found potentially a skeleton.
This is what it looks like when you have the real thing. We just doubled our
At least on the surface where it's
just doubled our take in about, you know, even if we don't get anything more than this float here.
I'll tell you, it seems like
Chewy will put it
the
back
key to
together.
Bahariya is driving.
The average person walking by would see this and go, it's nothing. It looks a lot like burnt firewood. But what we have on the ground here is a lot of little pieces of fossil, what we like to call float.
Yep.
Hopefully what it is something that's weathering out of a place where there's more dinosaur bone that's actually together. Maybe a whole skeleton. Possibly even one of Stromer's lost dinosaurs.
Stromer's dinosaur, Gyptosaurus, belongs to a group of plant-eating dinosaurs called titanosaurs. Some of its relatives got to truly gigantic sizes, 90 to 100 tons in weight. Gyptosaurus was a relatively middle-sized titanosaur at approximately 40 feet long and about 15 tons in weight. What's unusual about a Gyptosaurus is that it's the only plant-eating dinosaur that Stromer found in Bahariya. The question that raises is, if we have all these giant predatory dinosaurs running around, where are the prey species?
Good question. Turns out some of them were fish eaters, like Spinosaurs. Yeah.
Peter Dodson inspects the new site.
That's a lot. Whoa. What is that? Or what did it used to be? Ooh. Okay, now is that a radius, maybe? Okay, well, looks to me like we got a definite maybe here. Just might. How many people do you think you can put in here?
I think we could put quite a few if we had to. We got to decide how we're going to divide things up, though.
Yeah, okay.
I am of the opinion that we should sort of start cleaning up some of the other sites that we had started.
Yeah, well, we need to discuss that. Let's get going.
We were pissed off at each other because we sort of had a different idea as to how to work the dig.
Matt convinces Josh to complete their work at the site where they found a theropod ilium.
I want whoever found this bone killed immediately.
It's never a good thing in the field when tempers flare.
There's been some tense moments. Everybody here has...
I mean, sometimes you just have to... Like, sometimes a crew member just has to leave if they can't control their temper. That's... not something that you can really work with.
There's a lot to be thinking about right now. And Josh is feeling some pressure from that.
He channeled his anger really well and basically smashed the rock into oblivion. So
you can't do that close to other people who are working on the ground.
If you can get him to channel the anger the right way and he's not like breaking my jaw or anything like that, it's really a good thing when we get pissed off at each other.
When you're the leader of an expedition, you feel like everyone's looking at you to make the right decision. Any wrong decision
like that before?
means
A few
royal
times,
waste of
Commodore.
time. And
Yeah.
at this point, that could really hurt us.
Damn.
What?
We left the foil.
Do we need it? I'll go get it. I need somebody's feet.
Okay.
Here. So either...
I'll get it.
It doesn't matter to me.
Foil. Use paper towels. Don't use foil. I don't know. I'm not a big believer in aluminum foil used as separator.
Education can take you only so far in the field. A lot of it's instinct. And you can be wrong.
My guy's sun's dropping.
Okay.
Alright, I am less than happy.
They wrap the newly excavated bone first with aluminum foil, then with plaster-soaked strips of burlap, a process called jacketing.
Do you think you could have found heavier burlap?
Okay, so here you go.
Dude, we could build a plane out of this.
The plaster jacket is going to serve the same purpose as a medical cast will. If you break your arm, a doctor will put a cast on your arm to keep those bones in place. That's exactly what we want to have happen. I'm calling my congressman.
This is like pottery. We could fire this.
When all was said and done, the site where we thought we had a predatory dinosaur turned out to be a total waste.
The ilium that we jacketed was really the only bone that was worth studying.
Yes. And ever dig with music? Oh, every year, Commodore, yeah. You're probably not going to see much of that this summer because when I'm streaming, we can't have music in the background or it'll get copyright struck. So we have to just talk to each other. But normally we've got, if we're at a quarry and we're digging for a long time, oftentimes we'll put music going or something like that. Yeah. And how do they use foil that looks irritating? Yeah, I agree, Lenina. Paper towels, I think work much better as separator, but that's me. Yeah. And gravity, I agree. Again, I need to emphasize that guy who was getting really mad there, here. Again, we're not going to dwell on this because I don't want to make this a, emphasizing the salacious or sordid parts of this. That's not what this channel is about. This is not like some sort of true crime nonsense thing or whatever. But yeah, that guy's no longer in paleontology because, well, a lot of people called him out for attitude issues and for sexual misconduct. So, yeah. It seems to have been a pervasive issue with him. Yeah, it is heavy stuff. Gravity, yeah. Yeah. Let's continue.
Taking a much-needed break from their exacting work, the scientists check out a local Bedouin music club.
It would be cool to have a live band, Kennedy, but you would have to house them and feed them and, we would just have them working all day.
For a while, I was a union musician. I was the house drummer at the Golden Nugget in Atlantic City. Even though I couldn't speak with some of these guys, we were speaking with music.
I didn't know that. That's cool. And David Windlow asks a wonderful question here. David wants to know, what should we do if we accidentally come across a fossil? Here's what you do. Take some pictures of it, leave it in the ground. Take some pictures of it, and if you can, take a GPS reading. Email that to your local museum. Try and get the attention of a paleontologist. Be like, hey, I found this thing in this place. And if it's something really important, if it looks important, using the GPS coordinates, a paleontologist will be able to visit that spot and be able to excavate it and shoot, if it turns out to be a new species of dinosaur, for instance, slim chance, but it happens, maybe they'll name it after you. It's happened before many, many times. There have been so many different dinosaurs that have been discovered by amateur paleontologists, by fossil collectors, by hikers, hunters, dog walkers, bird watchers. I'll show you an example.
My name's William Walker. I'm a plumber by trade. I often come to this part of Surrey to do a bit of fossil collecting. And one day I found a dinosaur.
Yep. And it was named after him. Baryonyx walkeri. So in the UK, it's common to do this kind of fossil collecting. And so William Walker was
5 or 10 minutes, and I was walking over a plateau towards the quarry, and I began picking up these fragments of bone off the ground.
And there you go, Miss Hyre. Yeah, yeah. Especially in the UK.
Which are millions.
Most important fossils are found by
human being that's ever
amateur collectors, or by just people who aren't even necessarily interested in fossils.
And then
William Walker definitely was interested in fossils. He knew exactly what he had found.
What looked like another bone fragment in a gully or rainwater channel. When I got that out of the mud,
if it was this wet
turned
when
out
he
to
found
be
it.
a piece of rock about the size of a football or rugby ball, and with this single piece of bone showing along one side.
And yet, Roman ruins are much more common to find than dinosaur fossils in the
Totally
UK.
broke open
Yeah.
in situ, like, and the claw sort of fell apart on me as the rock disintegrated.
This is a reenactment
The
here.
thrill of finding a dinosaur or dinosaur pieces is difficult to describe, but it's the highlight of any fossil hunter's dream. We collect fossils, but at the back of our minds is the thought that we will find a dinosaur. That's the jackpot, virtually, of paleontology or fossil hunting.
So, William Walker found this, and he's an avid fossil collector.
The thought was going through my head that there might be the remains of more dinosaur there. Collecting fossils is a family interest with us. My daughter Rita and her husband Trevor have the same hobby. Trevor's the most professional. He's found and identified literally tens of thousands of fossilised shark's teeth.
I think it's a Galeorhinus tooth.
Is this good stuff, Claire?
I
Yeah.
swear to it. I would have to check in the book, certainly. They're quite rare down there. So I'm quite pleased we found that.
So yeah, so his son-in-law brought this fossil. This is a very, like, you know, pre-smartphones kind of thing. This is kind of what you had to do back in the day before you had GPS on your phone, before you could email pictures directly from a phone that you hold in your pocket. You know, nowadays it's so much easier. You don't have to go to a museum and carry a fossil there. Take a picture of it in the ground with GPS coordinates. Email it to a paleontologist museum. But this is how people used to do this.
Not too bad, thank you.
What have you got for me today? Something interesting?
Yes, in actual fact, I'd like to get this specimen identified. Here we are.
Can I have the other piece? Thank you.
So be very careful, because it's rather fragile. And we believe that this might be the tip of the claw that goes on the end, but we're not too sure at the moment. My father-in-law found it in the local brick pit, and we thought it was worthwhile to bring in to see if we could put a name on it.
You've had a good go at gluing it together anyway.
Yes, it has been attempted to be stuck
I think
together.
that at this stage it is rather a nice specimen. I won't take it in through the normal procedure.
Blue is
I'll
cheap.
telephone Dr. Milner to come and have a look at it.
Yep, Angela Milner.
Hello, Angela, it's Vi here. I've got Trevor in. He's brought rather a nice specimen in. I think it's a dinosaur. Would you like to come and have a look?
Blue is cheap.
After Trevor brought the claw into me and we discussed how interesting a find it was, particularly because it was a very rare event to find any remains of a carnivorous dinosaur in this country. I mean, it's a rare find, even to find a small fragment.
Yep.
I asked him if he would go home and ask Bill Walker if he would be willing to show us where he found the specimen. And indeed, Bill Walker was very willing to go down to Ockley Pit with me and one of my colleagues and show us exactly where the specimen came from.
Nice. And then they ended up finding the majority of the skeleton. Still probably the best Spinosaurid ever found anywhere in the world.
For example, all the pieces of skull that we found were in the blocks at this end of the animal, and the hind limb and the hip bones were in this area, and then in between the two we found blocks containing parts of the front legs. And most of the cap of bone, which
time, they represent about half the number that they eventually hope to recover from the sandstone blocks.
mouthfuls like the large carnivorous dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus and Megalosaurus.
So it was named Baryonyx walkeri after...
make accurate enough guesses about the missing parts of Baryonyx skeleton, including the tail, to be able to reconstruct the entire animal from the bones that have survived. Fleshed over with muscles and skin, Baryonyx is unlike anything ever found before.
Yeah.
It is not only a new...
This is kind of what helped us realize, you know, reinterpret Spinosaurus itself. Anyway, it was named Baryonyx walkeri after Bill Walker.
And as from tomorrow...
Here we go.
3 years studying them.
As much as perhaps a quarter again.
When the animal lived about 120 million years ago, it would have stood about 15 feet high on its hind legs. The Natural History Museum scientists, who've spent the past 3 years studying the bones, have given the new dinosaur the scientific name Baryonyx.
That's the generic name, and the specific name, what better to do than to name it after our good friend William Walker, who found it and gave it to us, and therefore it's Baryonyx walkeri. And as from tomorrow, that is the official name, and it will remain thus until the end of time.
I think whatever your hobby, you like to achieve the pinnacle, and that's got to be the pinnacle of fossil hunting, to have one named after you.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm overjoyed, if that's the right word to use. I really don't know how to describe it, but yeah, it's wonderful for me.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So that's what you do if you find what you think might be a dinosaur fossil. Contact your local museum. Send them pictures, send them GPS coordinates. Or at least tell them exactly how to get to that spot. Don't try and dig it up yourself. There are so many people who try to do that and they end up just completely destroying the fossil. You know, leave that part to the professionals, I guess. As,
Glue is cheap.
Here we go.
Dinosaurs. These creatures once roamed Bureau of Land Management public land in Colorado, Montana, Utah, and Wyoming. This is Laura Dern of Jurassic Park. If you and your family want to learn more about dinosaurs and where you can see them, contact the nearest Bureau of Land Management.
Nowadays you can just go on the internet.
Digging up
or
dinosaurs
whatever.
is hard, frustrating work. It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals. Let's protect our fossils, because if they are removed, America loses them forever.
So yeah, that's why you take pictures and send GPS coordinates. You want to destroy it. Anywho. And Extort, that was just the closed captions got that wrong. They heard the M as a B, I guess, and said billion instead of million. Anywho, let's get back to our documentary here. I'm gonna try and yeah.
The Egyptians' deep-seated spiritual philosophies touch every aspect of their daily lives. 5 times each day, the Egyptian scientists on the expedition team stopped their work in order to pray.
We are Muslims, and every Friday we go to pray at noon together. Fortunately, we found a mosque near the site. Surprisingly, the Imam was an amazing man for having the ability to remind us of the importance of science. Because the people in the oasis think there's no connection between them and science.
Yeah, we see it. Does it look like we here at the sauropod site are going to get hammered?
Well, this could change the day a bit, Chewy. Damn. Jen and Ken are gonna get torn up there.
We have probably seen wind gusts that I would guess are close to hurricane speed. I would say they're at least in the 50-mile-per-hour range. I've felt kind of buoyant up there a couple times, which isn't a great feeling when you're standing on a cliff.
What should we do? Just keep going?
Yeah, just keep working.
It is chill gravity. It's not an issue. Yeah.
I think this is pretty stupid. I'm uncovering something, and 30 seconds later, it's covered back up. Chewy's turning into a pharaoh over here. He's all covered. What do you want to do? Do you want to bag it totally? What do you think about going over to... Jesus, what do you think about going over to Stroma? I would try it, I mean...
I am so completely disgusted with having sand-encrusted eyes.
Ugh.
You don't want to step on anything, but you don't want to open your eyes to see where you're not wanting to step.
Oh, man. Sure, come out to the desert, have a few drinks, it'll be fun.
The sandstorm we had today was a real downer because it wasted another day for us. We've only got 2 weeks left.
That's good. That's very, very, very good. He's got a bone going right down where he thought he had one going.
And they could come back another day. I mean, they can't. They've only got, like, I think a month out there in the first place. And so every day you've got to do whatever you can, you know, to try and bring back some important fossils. Like, you do your very best not to waste any of those days. It's going to be like us in Wyoming, you know, and we'll be out there in less than 2 weeks now. And every day counts.
One right down.
Well, that was huge.
After weeks of prospecting, evaluating, and digging, members of the Bahariya Dinosaur Project have yet to unveil a single major new find.
Yes.
Their hopes continue to dwindle as the once promising sauropod site takes on the quality of an already plundered crypt.
Josh, are you thinking what I'm thinking? That we're digging out something that's man-made.
What I said the other day about being the real thing, it was apparently the real thing at one point, but it looks like, again, somebody was here before us, too.
We're always following in old Uncle Ernst's footsteps, and I think that it's time to look elsewhere. I think that's just...
And maple leaves in the trees, why do they only have a month? Because they've got limited funding. I think the whole reason why they're able to dig out here, I think a big part of their funding came from the film crew. And so if the film crew only has a month out there, then it's like, well, shoot, better find something while they're there. Otherwise, you know, the money
But the
dries up.
paleontologist field isn't narrow to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
Melik Karto Felik, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Jebel Harda.
Yeah.
Part of the east. Are we going east?
Yeah.
In an abrupt change of strategy,
Is that true, Mayor
Josh
Space?
leads a few team members to the site where he discovered his first Egyptian dinosaur bone a year earlier. It is an area of the Bahariya oasis never mentioned in Stromer's very precise diaries.
So what's your feel? Go that way or go that way?
I split everyone into groups to go prospecting, and because we were in a new locality that most of us had never been to before, one of the main rules was always stay in radio contact.
I led my group a little bit too far away from the original team, just far enough to be out of radio contact, and made Josh really mad.
No, that you're coming southwest. Dude, I had a GPS, relax.
We didn't even know if Steve was with you.
I called you back, and I could hear like fuzziness.
That's all we could hear.
Okay, well, I think these guys were pretty confident that we could find the way back too. So.
Hey, yeah, GPS.
Yeah, we both have GPSs. Like, chill. Anyway, first of all, we found this weird green stuff that's just kind of like the Bahu Barial. See if it's glauconite. Numerous pieces like this.
Oh, you're almost forgiven.
And then I found this.
Atlas
Oh, exquisite.
Matt's discovery of some well-preserved fossils is the first encouraging sign they've had in days.
All right, you're forgiven, but please don't go that far again. Let's go do some freaking prospecting.
Can't do anything right around here.
And sometimes it's this windy in Wyoming. I'm really hoping that we don't hit too much of we don't get hit with too much of that this summer, because
Find anything? I'm just waiting for Chewie to follow me. He's supposed to be my partner. He's sitting next there. Chewie! Come on!
and I'm pretty sure these are real Darkmouth Rises. These don't feel scripted to me.
In 1941, Ernst Stromer was among the millions swept up in a storm of another kind.
Oh boy.
The Second World War. Stromer himself openly opposed the Nazis' cause.
Yep.
He was
and that's the thing, is that like Stromer kind of risked his own life by being ardently anti-Nazi during the Nazi regime, but as a member of the German aristocracy, they couldn't really just kill him. So he kind of used his position of power to the extent that he could work behind the scenes to, I don't know how much active undermining he did of the Nazi regime, but he himself was definitely not a Nazi.
very bitter against the National Socialists for the character.
And there you
of the
go.
war.
Hello, kitty cat. Exactly.
He didn't accept this war at all.
Traditionally, Baron Stromer von Reichenbach's standing as a member of the German aristocracy would automatically qualify his three sons for officer status. But Stromer's vocal opposition to the Nazis meant his sons Ullmann, Gerhard, and Wolfgang would become virtual cannon fodder, sent to the front lines as infantrymen.
To the Eastern Front, if I
At
recall.
the beginning of the war, my husband and his elder brother were naturally drafted immediately. His elder brother died in Russia, which was, of course, an enormous blow for the family. I also know that Ernst didn't show very much emotion about it, but felt it all the more.
In 1945, 17-year-old Gerhard Stromer was killed in action a few months after his enlistment. Less than 2 weeks later, Germany surrendered.
Ernst suffered naturally appallingly under
So soon before the end of the war.
boys, and
He almost
just
made it
went
through.
downhill after that.
Russian soldiers captured Stromer's only surviving son, Wolfgang, incarcerating him in a prison work camp.
There was a particularly long time where they didn't know what had happened to him.
World War I had forced Stromer to abandon many of his important Egyptian discoveries on a pier in Alexandria. The Second Great War committed 2 of his sons to the ground, another to a Russian labor camp. But Stromer would sustain one more grave loss.
Yep. It's April of 1944.
1944. In a determined effort to wipe out Munich's communication and railway systems, Allied bombers reduced whole blocks of this Bavarian city to ashes.
It was a Royal Air Force bombing raid. Lancaster bombers with de Havilland Mosquito Pathfinders.
When the smoke cleared, the Munich Museum of Paleontology, located near Nazi Party headquarters, had also been devastated. Virtually all of Ernst Stromer's fossil finds from Egypt were destroyed. Despondent over this series of losses, Stromer and his wife clung to the hope that their last surviving son would come back to them alive. The Russians finally released Wolfgang Stromer in 1950.
My grandfather was very, very happy that at least one of his sons came back. He just survived to see my father back and see him married and know that I was to come.
Ernst Stromer passed away at the age of 82 on December 18, 1952. During the years following his death, Ernst Stromer's scientific legacy slowly began to fade, becoming an historical footnote to all but the most dedicated paleontologists.
Well, I remember reading about him when I was a kid and reading about the loss of those Egyptian fossils. Yeah, let me catch up to chat here. Gopher Bronze wants to know, is there any financial reward for dinosaur hunting? Not for paleontologists, really, no. Funds that could lead to further excavations? I mean, that's the thing, is that if we bring fossils back, the more fossils you find, sometimes the easier it is to be able to find funding. If you can just approach donors and say, hey, look, we've got these fossils, we found them, we need more money so we can go back and excavate them completely, you know? It's easier to get money to dig up fossils, to dig up dinosaur skeletons that you already know about, than it is to find money to just go out and prospect in the first place. Does that make sense? Yeah. But it's not like we get paid a bonus or something like that. Most of us are not getting paid at all. But those who are, it's not like they get a bonus for finding a particular dinosaur skeleton or anything like that. That's not how it works, you know? Yeah. And Commodore, yeah, Stromer is much better known nowadays, for sure. Yeah.
We came to Egypt hoping to rediscover one of Stromer's lost dinosaurs. But as it turns out, we found something completely different.
Hey, Chewy, look at this.
Same bone, different bone? I don't know.
Same bone.
It's really dense, it's really well put together, and it's happy.
Ooh, and what could this be?
The Tradoon. The Tradoon.
Not Troodon.
10 months. That's almost a whole. Oh no. That poor Tinamau.
HD, thank you so much for the 10 months of support. I really appreciate it. And it's 10 gift subs that prompts the Tinamou explosion. HD, thank you for the 10 months of support. I appreciate that tremendously. I really do. Thank you. Anyway, we've got about 26 minutes left in this. I think we might save this for another day. I've been streaming for almost 4.5 hours at this point. I've got some stuff I got to take care of this evening. And, yeah, I got to make sure I check my email, make sure that the submission website for my SVP abstract, everything worked well there before the deadline hits. It's going to wrap up today's stream. Yeah, but don't go away. We're going to raid into somebody else doing some science here. Let's throw a Deinonychus skull there under our credits. Let's see who else is on. Who have we got? Let's see. Oh, Science Streams is doing IRL insect identification? Well, well, well. Let's go right in. Balint and Lita are on right now. Super, super cool. And it looks like they're someplace warm. Might be Florida. Everybody, thank you so much for another wonderful stream. Thank you to all of the new followers. Holy cow. Thank you to the raiders. Humongous raid today. Really appreciate that. And I cannot wait to be able to get back out into the field and be able to share that with all of you. It's really coming up. It's 10 days away now. And I'll be doing some streams from Utah before that, but not from the field.
Tank, you might say. That
And
trunk is
Chibi
completely covered
Methos
with thin,
Sims,
bony plates.
thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Thank you to everybody who's appearing here in our credits. Look at all those newly minted moderators. That makes me happy. Good stuff. Everybody, to see you tomorrow. Oh, by the way, tomorrow is our huge Mary Anning birthday stream, so don't miss that. It's usually one of my biggest streams of the year. It's going to be a ton of fun. We're going to be celebrating the mother of paleontology, Mary Anning. We'll see you then, everybody. For right now, let's go check out Science Streams. I'll see you there.